retreat so far has been productive?
Yes.
Good.
Thank you, Michael.
We can go home.
Thank you for giving Aaron and I the opportunity to give you an update on our strategic plan, on Connect Morrisville, on the implementation process, and as well as the execution. Aaron and I will both present this information together. You all know the name of our plan is Connect Morrisville. The objectives for this session will be to provide you an update on the strategic planning process, on the implementation phase, as well as how we're doing on execution. We'll take this time to provide you an update on our strategic planning and project tracking and reporting. Aaron will give you a demo on our project tracking software. We'll also take the time to give you an update on the 5 priority initiatives that you selected at our last retreat. We'll spend a little bit more time talking about TOD and the Public School Advisory Committee that Goal Team number 6 I'm going to recommend to you today. We'll also give you an update on our work plan alignment efforts. Both the department work plans as well as the individual work plans. So just to briefly recap here, in July of 2017, we authorized the development of our strategic plan. And through much input, much feedback, much discussion, vetting from our citizens, from our business community, from our advisory committees, from staff, and each one of you. For the most part, Jerry, you may have come in after we did most of that feedback stuff, but I think you were aware of it. But through all that, you developed and adopted the town's first strategic plan in April 2018. Now, the worst thing we could have done once you adopted that is take that pretty plan and put it on a shelf. That would have been the worst thing we could have done. I'm happy to tell you, we didn't do that. In fact, it is our intent to make Connect Morrisville, to make executing Connect Morrisville a part of our culture. And I can tell you we're on track doing it. Every day, every week, when I'm talking to staff, we're in a meeting, I hear our folks talking about the strategic plan and how what work they're doing aligns with it. You heard it yesterday from every department head. You heard it. And I got to tell you, that's encouraging to me. Every time I hear somebody say that, I say, they get it. They get it. What you heard yesterday was not something Martha and I had reviewed or instructed. They came up with their own, and that just shows you that our attempts to make this part of our culture is working. So, the question is, how do we get all this work done? And there's really 3 ways we're doing it. The first thing we did after you adopted the plan is we put together 6 goal teams. We created a charter. We'll give you a copy of it. We created a policy on the goal teams itself. If you would, just take one and pass it around. But this charter, for example, identifies the purpose of the goal teams. It identifies the role of the manager, myself, Aaron, the goal teams. It identifies who are on the goal teams. And then we have a policy that shows how we're governing that team, how often we're going to rotate people through, because it is our intent to get as many people involved at this level of execution as we can, so there's a rotation schedule. We keep a running report of folks that are in queue to rotate in the next time. Because sometimes vacancies occur on the team and we're ready to replace them. So one of the ways we execute the plan is through the work of the goal teams. Another way will be through the work done by the departments. And we've drafted some work plans for our departments. Then a final way is through the individuals in the organization. We are trying to create alignment. It's important to create that cascading effect. So everybody in the organization knows what their role is in executing the plan. And you'll hear that as we go through this presentation today. I've got to tell you, I'm a big proponent of strategic planning. But even I underestimated the effectiveness and the power of a strategic plan. For example, one goal team has put together a new employee orientation. You all know that every new employee hired here goes through what we call launch training. We teach them all the basics of what they need to know about our organization. And one of those sessions now is strategic planning. Aaron and I have the privilege to provide that. We've probably done about a handful of those sessions since this has been implemented. And every single session I've been in, every single employee has made a comment that they have read online the town's strategic plan. How excited they are that the town has a vision and they have a roadmap where they're going. I had no idea this was going to be a recruitment tool, but it is. It clearly is. You know, it's important to keep scoring. It's important to track our progress. Everybody in this room knows that our strategic plan is a stretching plan. It's a lofty plan. This is not about everyday job routine tasks. But staff is committed to having a transparent process. We want to provide a mechanism so you, our citizens, and our staff can know where we stand. I might be the only one that's going to say these words. I'm not confident we're going to accomplish everything you charge us with doing within the timeline. But we've come up with a tool that will track that. And it's important that we be able to tell the story. You're going to see things we're doing well, you're going to see things that are okay, and you're going to see things that's not hitting the mark. And it's really those areas where we can make progress. And Mr. Wendell, you said it yesterday. We talked about gathering data. And really that's what we call performance management, using data to make decisions. In fact, at this time, I'm going to ask Erin to come up. Erin, in her new duties as the Strategic Performance Manager, and her title is intentional, Performance Manager, because we want to get to where we're doing performance management. And that's how you take data and you analyze and you make decisions. We just don't want to have a bunch of measures that look good on a web page and published in the budget every year. We want to use that data to make more informed decisions. And Erin is going to come on up here and show you one of the ways we're going to do that.
Man, Todd set the stage. Yes.
Not Sunday.
I was at church for a minute.
I feel like a hallelujah.
Well, thank you for sharing part of your time.
Yeah, I say.
Thank you for sharing part of your time with me today. As Todd said, we're very excited about this plan and about this process. I heard a lot of really great comments and feedback during yesterday afternoon's discussion about transparency, citizen engagement, strategic planning, and goals. Are we on progress? Are we on track? How are we checking the progress of these things? What about our initiatives? How do we know where those stand? And I just wanted to jump out of my chair and say, just wait until tomorrow afternoon and we're going to tell you as much of this as we know right now. So I'm going to share with you a little bit about how we've gotten to the point where we are, just picking up on the path that Todd has already laid before us. So we recognized that there was a need for a project tracking software. It's just not something we can do on our own. It's not something we can simply manage with an Excel spreadsheet at this point. We desired a software that could house, track, and connect our strategic plan as well. Council mentioned it yesterday. You want to know where our projects are. Are they on track? Do they track with our strategic plan? We want to know that too. So we developed a list of criteria. We sought out any and all products that we thought could meet those needs. We arranged demos for the top 3 products. And we worked closely with our vendors to determine what would best fit with us. After thorough vetting, discussion, and review by senior management, we selected the ClearPoint software. That's going to meet not only our current needs, where we are right now today, but also our future needs. Because we know that where we are right now today is not where we're going to be next week. It's not where we're going to be next month. It's not where we're going to be next year. So we needed a tool that was flexible and would allow us to grow. So I'm going to share with you a little bit about how this software is going to work. Once we get to the implementation phase, we would like to provide quarterly updates. We're going to designate staff as users so that they can ensure that accurate data is shared and reported. We assume that for the first full year of implementation, we'll likely provide quarterly updates and then reassess and determine if another update frequency is more preferable. We have an opportunity to glean reporting from the software on any frequency, any basis that we choose. We also foresee reporting opportunities at this point, right now probably a good twice per year, once during budget season, where we'll have an opportunity to show the alignment of our initiatives with our budget priorities, and then also at the end of the year, kind of a year in review. We could see showcasing our year's accomplishments, where all of our projects stand, work in progress, where we hope to go in the future. We think this might also be a great tool to share with the public. Our implementation plan is to make the project tracking piece our first priority. We will follow that with a community dashboard. There's a lot of really great features in this tool. We're just going to have to kind of work at it in phases. We will have an internal staff dashboard that essentially will be completed through those phases with our input of data and information. And we're going to round out the project with our performance management alignment. We've given ourselves a pretty aggressive timeline because we're excited and we are ready to move forward with this. We are aiming for full implementation and reporting capabilities by mid-May. So we have a lot of work to do on our end to ensure that we can provide something deliverable to you as well. So now that I've told you all about how we're going to do it, I'm going to show it to you.
Aaron, can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Is the software specific for governments, or is it just a generic project management software that a manufacturing company could use?
The majority of their clients, it's a great question, are government. They have some healthcare industry clients. But I would say, without knowing percentages, I would say the majority of their clients are government. Yeah, great question. Thank you.
I have a question too.
Yes.
So the same company has done this for Durham. Is it going to look like Durham's?
So I'm a couple of bullets away from talking about some of our customization capabilities. So we have the opportunity to make it look and feel how we want it to look and feel.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
But we can go to Durham tonight and look at it and say, oh, it's going to.
You sure can.
And the interaction, everything else is going to be there that we're going to get.
So you'll see similar functionalities. We do not have to lay ours out the same way. It doesn't have to look exactly the same.
But right, the functionality though is correct. What I'm saying is, I can interact with it, and ours is going to be able to interact like that to be able to get to links, stuff like that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So just want to provide a little bit of a caveat on the front end. This is a small mock-up. We only have partial information because we've literally put this together in probably about the last 4 days because we wanted to be sure that we had something we could provide you and share with you because we've talked about it and we wanted you to see it. We only have partial information for demonstration purposes only. Again, to Councilmember Schlink's point, we can brand, we can color, code, we can customize it, we can make it have the look and feel that we want for Morrisville. So the extract that I'm showing you is from the project management side of the software. It is a hyperlink reporting capability called a briefing book, just one of the tools available, but this is what the project tracking piece would likely look like. We selected 2 projects for the demonstration, a road project and a capital project. So the landing page that you see in front of you is called the scorecard. This is essentially also synonymous with a strategic plan within ClearPoint. From here, you have the opportunity to drill down to different objectives where they're linked, outcome measures, and initiatives. You also have a timeline. Your project timeline is associated, and I apologize, it's a little bit, let's make that a little bit bigger. Is that better? Your project timeline shows you any milestones associated with any projects that you have listed there. So again, we have Carolina Street expansion as a road project. And then we have Morrisville Aquatics and Fitness Center renovation as a capital project listed. With each one provided, you get kind of a landing page, and then you drill down from that point. So here you have very high level, quick data. You have the owner, so you have essentially a staff contact. You can enter the budget information, your proposed project end date, the percentage of completion that you have.
Aaron, can you make it polite? It's very hard to read those.
Can you make it bigger? It's hard to read.
Turn the lights down now, though, too.
A little bit bigger.
Yeah, I have a vision problem.
Everybody's like moving
Oh,
forward.
thank you.
No, you made it brighter.
She knows.
Try to get it all to fit on
Yeah,
that
that's
one.
good. That's good.
Better? Okay. So again, you have a lot of good data here, and then you have the opportunity to drill down. So I'm just going to choose the Carolina Street Expansion Project. So again, from here...
Thank you. Perfect.
Sorry. From here, you have some buttons to get you back to your home page, to your scorecard, and you have all of that data from that kind of landing page, but in much greater detail. So you see your project is roughly 50% complete. You have a project start date. You have your project owner, your end date, an analysis, any objectives that you want to link it to. So we can again show how each project aligns with your strategic plan. You have your milestones here as well. So I want to talk about these really briefly. Each milestone has an indicator associated with it. So here I'm just going to say, think of a signal light. A green arrow means that your project is on track or on target. If there is a corresponding checkbox or a strike through, that means that particular milestone has been accomplished. If you have a yellow square, again with a signal light, that's caution. That means you might need to review or assess that particular milestone. A red arrow, again, similar to a signal light, means that item is below your planned target. You maybe are out of alignment with your proposed dates that you associated with your milestone. You need to stop and review that one. A blue circle, as you see here with project completion, means that there's no information. It could be that that project timeline is either very early in its infancy or has not started yet, so there's nothing yet to report there. One of the things we really like about the tool is that it's pretty intuitive. You have the ability to kind of see at a glance what you might really want to know about the project. We have some options here as well. We can add a couple of different fields. We could expand some fields and add additional information. We have the opportunity to link to other things if we decide we want to link any particular planning project back to the comprehensive transportation plan. We have all of these options and flexibilities within this plan. I'm going to open my toolbar back.
Karen, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Did you say, what about a map? Is there a map associated, or will there be a map associated with this
We
project?
could absolutely do that.
Okay.
So Erin, the other question I have is, once you set up the milestones, does that mean like the software automatically by a certain date says, okay, is it yellow or red, or do you guys have to give an input, and so that it goes to the next phase? I mean, you have to, but it's like a time checker, like the moment you put it, so it's self-timing it, 3 months, and at 3 months it will just say it turns red.
No, so we establish the milestones, and then the project knows, okay, if you've established January 1, 2019 as your end date, and you've not selected this project as completed, or you've not marked this task as completed yet, it's going to signal there. Because we as staff will have to go in and we will have to provide some sort of an update, because it knows that within the date parameters that you've set, that something has not happened there.
Yeah, I get that. Let me put it a different way. Say, the one in the middle, right?
Mhm.
You have strike out. The project has been initiated, and by, after 2 months, where the midpoint is, it's not done. So do you have to go and input that,
Yes.
or automatically the
We have to
time
input it.
basically calculates 3 months is over, I didn't get an input, it is 0%?
We have to input.
No, we
You
have
got
to,
input. Okay, got
yeah,
it.
we have to include that data.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Let me do it this way. So another great feature is the Gantt chart. I admittedly was not a huge fan of the Gantt chart, but we use it quite a bit within our budget tracking. So this is another great kind of at-a-glance opportunity to see where your milestones are, where you've hit those or where you haven't hit those. So the Morrisville Aquatics and Fitness Center, again, very similar. You can see we have a percentage completion, a start and an end date. We have overview information, analysis information, budget information. Anytime that this information were to change or need to be updated, we can do that. And then we can output that very easily. We don't have to maybe stop and do a special presentation because we have a tool and a feature and a capability where we can easily push this information out. So great viewing ability here on the milestones. You can see a number of these are stricken through because these milestones have all been completed. So right now we're at the construction phase. So because it's very early in the infancy of that timeline, there's a blue circle because there's just no data there yet. So each page can be downloaded, exported, shared. Again, the reporting features that I mentioned a little bit earlier, we have great opportunities there. We can provide a tremendous amount of data with this tool. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm sensitive to the fact that whenever we color code, there are people that can't distinguish red, green, and blue, green. So for certain types of dashboard, red, green, stuff like that, can we have different symbols besides a circle? Can we do a triangle, circle, square kind of thing? I don't know, you don't have to answer today, but we have to think about the fact that we also might be printing these out and they're going to be in a black and white format. So it's just, how are we making sure that different audiences can still distinguish between the different milestones or phases or that kind of thing?
We'll certainly take that feedback. Thank you.
I got one more. In this kind of chart, you said you have an internal dashboard and an external dashboard for the public. Take construction, for example. It's a 2-year project. It would have like 25 components of it. Is that tracked directly linked to the inside dashboard that the staff is doing? Okay, put in asphalt, the beams come up, those kind of things. Is it related that way for each one? Or?
So the internal dashboard is essentially where we're inputting the data. So anything that's gonna be seen here in project tracking or the community dashboard, that's all gonna build from whatever the internal dashboard houses, because that's where the data input goes. So we're not running different.
We will put the milestones in on the internal dashboard, and it'll feed the external. Is that what you're?
Yes.
So it'll be more than constructions for a year. There'll be milestones in there.
Okay.
Is that correct?
If I'm understanding correctly.
Yeah, we can make that as detailed as we'd like.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yes.
So that it should not sit for 2 years. It will just sit at construction.
Yeah.
So at least from inside, these things
Yeah.
are getting done.
And keep in mind, what we're seeing here is the project tracking demo. That we're going to have a strategic planning module as well. That the external dashboard will have all the outcome measures that you all approved, and then a lot of the internal dashboard will have the work that the top department's doing to help accomplish that.
Go ahead.
So I guess, so it sounds like internal dashboard might have lots of milestones actually used by the department management to sort of
Yes,
keep track and
that's
help you
exactly
guys make
right.
sure that you're on
The work
schedule.
they're doing to accomplish the strategic plan.
And we can decide to yes or no include that in the public-facing portion?
It could, I mean, it could all be on the public facing if that's what you
Okay.
want, but
Okay, that sounds good. One thing is, I love construction begins, but that sounds like that's a goal date of a date rather than a range. So then the other thing should be construction period or something like that, because those need to be granular more. So,
Understood. And again, this literally just a
Yep,
quick
understood.
mock-up. So that's
I just want to make sure there's an expectation
understood.
that more granular is probably better, although it increases you guys' inputs, which is a challenge.
So, I don't know the answer to this, so I'm going to ask, do we have a PMP on staff?
You do on the
Yes.
council.
No.
No, because my question is, we use project planning at Duke all the time, every time we do a software implementation. And within that is, they're the milestones, but then so it's completion of each of the milestones, who are the operational owners of each of these areas. On the inside, are we going to use this tool for the richness that it is as true project planning and project management?
it's project
Or is it
tracking.
more just,
It's project tracking.
okay.
That's what we're using it for. And it's really to be able to inform the citizens and you all and our staff where we're at with, projects.
So with our projects, do we have project managers that does project management, PMP type of work that like literally tracks things to the nth detail?
Yes.
Not that I need to see that, but we do. Okay.
Yes. We have a capital projects manager, we have a project coordinator, so we are managing projects at different levels in the organization.
And that wasn't something that could just become public facing and in a useful way.
Yeah, it's, we don't have a software that we're using. We're using a lot of Excel sheets and things like that. So, I mean, we're looking at areas and we can enhance that with software.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's definitely not something that would be, compatible just to share with the public.
Councilmember Rapp.
Councilmember Wendell had talked a little bit about telling our story, getting the word out to citizens. So I know that we can eventually, when this is available, we can let the public know. Can they go there and take a look at the site? But I'd even like to see, and maybe this is what you were getting at, is eventually getting to the point where we already have a Morrisville app, so somebody could get, if they're sitting in traffic really concerned, oh my God, when are they going to do this road? And they could hit an app and say, this is when it's done, or like real-time updates to the extent we can even get it like, detour if it's Morrisville Carpenter Road and things like that. But maybe that's something down the road.
Well, the idea is that they don't have to make a phone call to ask a question. They can go to this webpage and they can get their answers from there.
They can just go to the webpage, Because people are even getting so busy these days, they don't even want to take the time to stop and go to the website. They just want information immediately. I understand that the website's free, but a lot of people, especially as younger people moving to Morrisville, they're not going to take time to even go home and go on our website. That's what my constituents are.
Even when people call staff, they don't always call the right person, but even our staff will use this to answer those questions, so we tell them this correct information. Because a lot of times, if you're not the right person, you got to call the right person, get the information, and then convey it. And so our staff will use this as much as citizens will.
Yes, ma'am.
I am a certified PMP, Mr. Chair. But what I think the question is that as we explore this tool, you're looking at a lot of internal facing milestones, detail, and granularity. But what is the public view that we want to build? Because a view can be taken from all this detail, and we can have the capability of drilling down, but Steve's point about they don't want to go to a website, they want to go to an app, but that's related to the view of this tool. What capabilities does this tool have for a mobile app? What capabilities does it have for being on the web and drilling down from a public view? Those are the questions that we might have to go forward. But I personally would like to see your internal view before I start giving a lot of feedback about a public view, because I just want to know how fabulous this tool is for us and how much we can gain from it. And then after that, we can give some more productive feedback for the public view.
Thank you.
All right. So my last point, like I said, we've got an opportunity to provide a tremendous amount of data with these items, be it a project description, a project owner / staff contact, funding information, project milestones. This allows for a greater level of transparency, which we know is important to both you and our citizens. So like I said, we're very excited to get started and work on building out this tool so that we can get it into practice. So appreciate all of your feedback and appreciate the time, and I'm going to turn it back over to Todd. We got class.
Thank you, Erin.
That's okay, I'll be back.
Okay. I want to take a few minutes to kind of go over and give you an update on the top 5 priority initiatives that you selected in retreat last year. Just to kind of remind you, you kind of did this in a way to help jumpstart the strategic plan and also to identify areas that were important to you that could, your staff could start working on and making progress. So the first initiative here is under goal number 1, which is improved transportation mobility, and it's initiative 1A, which is adopt and implement a comprehensive transportation plan. You guys know as well as I do where we're at with that. You started the review and adoption process in August of last year, and I think you're in the final phases of that, so keep up the good work. The next one here is Initiative 1B, which is enhanced public transit and transportation options. And Courtney gave an update on the public transportation options study yesterday. They're in the process of negotiating with a preferred consultant. We estimate this study will cost between $90,000 and $100,000. The study is expected to start in February of this year. As she indicated, we will be applying for the Weight Transit Community Area Funds, which is up to $50,000, and we will know in March of this year if we receive those funds. The target date for completion of this study is in October of this year. Okay. The next thing here is the transit-oriented development. What I've provided here is a possible course of action we could take to move the TOD forward. And the first thing there says site control. And you can see that would be a 1 to 3 year process, potentially longer. As you can imagine, site control for this project is it's a major initiative. I'm not sure if you've seen this map before, but I'm passing out a map of the TOD area. And also I'm passing out a Excel sheet that shows all 21 parcels of that area. It shows the size of the parcels, it shows the owner of the parcels, and it shows the tax value. The highlighted green is area that's designated as the transit station area. So somebody will give me one of those maps. Any extra maps?
Yeah. What could go in the zone like this? If someone would buy land.
So there's areas that are zoned differently, and I intentionally hid that column because I just didn't think it was something we need to talk about today, but and Courtney can explain that better. But take, for example, if you're looking at the map, and you see the purple color there, that top purple, parcel 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10 designate the transit station land area. That's about 48 acres of land. And then of course, the total land area for all the parcels, all 21 parcels, is 124 acres. Just the land value for the transit station area is $3.3 million, the total tax value. And then if you take all those parcels, all 21 of them, the total value is $13.7 million. So there's a couple ways we can get site control. You can buy all the land outright. you could make offers and, have an extended due diligence, do the services. The site control was the first step, and then we would go into what we call the pre-development services phase, and that's a 12 to 16 month process, very similar to what we did with Town Center. We could use DFI, for example, to do a market analysis, parcel analysis. They can do a financial analysis. In fact, we've been in conversation with DFI. They're prepared to provide a proposal for development services. And then the third phase would be solicitation for private developers. We would develop an RFP, and that would be a 1 to 2 year process. You can see that in a best case scenario, from the day you said go and gave us the funding or approved the funding, it'd be at least 3 years before we break ground, but it could take up to 7 years. I mean, some of these parcels have businesses, homes, but you're looking to do a 3 to 7 year project with green lights. I do want to make you aware that Go Triangle is scheduled to make a decision on the location of the transit station either this fall or early spring of 2020. Also want to make you aware that there is potential CDGB funding for affordable housing up to $200,000, and there's also potential funding from Wake Transit to purchase the transit station land. So with that said, I'm going to pause and just say, do you have any questions, or would you as a council like to discuss the TOD project?
Can you just repeat what you just said?
Those are all very important.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll start. There's 3 points I made there. Go Triangle is scheduled to make a decision on the transit station location either as early as this fall, but as late as spring of 2020. That's the first point. The second point there is some potential CDGB funding for affordable housing up to $200,000. And third, there's potential Wake Transit funding that would be available to purchase the transit station land. And let me add a fourth caveat to that. In talking to Ben, he did say that having site control would help determine the location of the transit station. It's not
Wake Transit funding would be available for what? For us to...
It'll be available to purchase the transit station land. So if you go back to the Excel sheet, and in the green area on the Excel sheet, we designate that as the transit station land, 47.7 acres. And so what I'm saying is there's potential Wake Transit funds to help purchase that land.
And they're only looking at that one area.
Correct. It wouldn't be for the whole entire TOD. It'd only be
But for Morrisville, they're only looking at the area we designated as it, or that general area.
correct.
They're not looking to go somewhere else in Morrisville.
That's correct.
So if we don't own that land,
Pause. Let's get a clarification on that. This is most likely the general location, and it has to do with station spacing. However, it hasn't been 100% set in stone. So I think spacing location, and it has to do with the distance between the trains, puts it in this general location, but it's not 100% nailed in stone yet. Until they clearly identify it, that 2019, 2020 date, it's still potentially subject to change.
And
Our
is
best
that in the
guess
number
this
2 area?
location, but I'm not going to tell you it's guaranteed.
The transit station area is actually, if you look at the map, that includes parcel 2, 3, 4, 5, and 11. All those parcels are part of the transit station area.
but
In the TOD.
yes. But my question is, as far as if they were to announce
Oh,
the station location,
okay.
Only in that
the
quadrant.
station would be closer to the other side of 3 and 11, right? It wouldn't be clear out to 4 or 5. The station itself.
Yes, I see what you're saying.
I guess my question is, would it be better for us would the land price go up if they made an announcement in March?
I think so.
Right? I mean, I would if I owned
Higher
it.
value.
Yeah.
So
So then do we purchase it now so that we don't wind up paying double 6 months from now?
Now I want the red cards. They're here. They were in the box. No.
We-
So,
I'll leave them in
yes,
the box.
Vicky?
Okay, I'm sorry, I did the red flag thing. Couple questions. One, we are talking about the Wake County Transit Plan. Therefore, the station has to be in Wake County. Morrisville is in Wake County and a little bit of Durham. So there's a good possibility that the location of this station would be in Morrisville, logically. However, is there going to be some sort of competition, bidding process, proposals, or, with the various communities? We could be competing with Cary if we're not careful. And I'd just like to know more about that, because fall is pretty quick for me as far as finding out when we're going to be getting a potential station.
And Courtney, you speak better to that. We can follow up with you.
What I said is the extent of probably what I can say back. So anyway, you start getting really granular, some of the questions. Like I even asked the question to Ben, with some of the community funding, funds available. I know not with fiscal year 19, but with fiscal year 20, could we purchase, the land with that?
So I'm trying to sense the urgency of us working on the site control, because there is some steps we need to take very soon in order to strengthen our position to show that we're serious about having that station here.
Yeah, and to just add to that, I've heard like conversations, but as Vicky was saying, this company, which we are right now, is also basically lobbying to get it in their corridor too, so that it's close to RTP. So all kinds of lobbying is going on, because they throw 50, 60 acres of land for a station free, that'll move there. So we got to.
But you've got to look where the existing lines are.
No, on the corridor.
So you're talking about the one that runs near 55,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
that station?
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily connect to some of the existing patterns they have in place. So I think, yes, there is going to be lobbying, no doubt. It's part of the competition. But it's all going to be, the time to participate is kind of now. If you have preferred locations, I will argue you've already stated this is your preferred location with a TOD plan that was adopted. So one, you've already taken that very proactive step. You did that a while ago. So two, and so my apologies, Todd, I'm not trying to hijack your thing here. Two is, as I was saying, is with the community funding. While those funds are available, they're not going to allocate funds to us unless they have a plan in place. So what you need to do then is participate in the development and the finalization of the locations in that plan, so then you can go after the funds if you're trying to use those funds that are available through the sales tax.
And I would interject that they asked the voters of Wake County about this plan. They identified Morrisville as having a train station, so.
I meant to say Morrisville is broad, put these different
We're gonna
input
get
too.
one. We're gonna get one.
That's right.
And RTP is getting one, Cary's getting one.
Okay, if it is, then it's
Let me ask a question. Do you want me to facilitate questions, or do you want Todd to do it?
Todd.
Todd, it's on you.
Okay. Next question. Mayor, I saw you in first.
To what extent is staff helping us to know how we need to participate actively and proactively to make sure the solution happens?
Ben is the one that's facilitating a lot of those conversations, and so he provides me updates. If we need to provide more regular updates as to where things are, any important meetings, we can definitely include those into these notes. I'm happy to make sure that we are making sure that's included.
Okay, because we have good relationships with the commissioners, so if they're decision makers, or whoever the decision makers are, make sure that we're aware, because we can try to influence that. It sounds like there's influence peddling happening.
Okay.
The Wake County Transit Plan, would it be our hope or understanding that if we were to purchase these parcels, we would get all that money back when they build the station, or would there be interest in donating if it's competitive? I guess that's more of a question.
I think it's a policy decision you want to
Policy
make.
decision, so
We also
that's
have
a
to
big
look
number.
at, we also have to look at how we finance this kind of loan. It's not going to be inexpensive.
Right, these I would think are the lowest possible.
Yes, yeah, we have not, I don't know that we've ever purchased recently land that was only at the tax value. In fact, we've budgeted in some cases up to 1.5 times the tax value.
But is there, and for later for my colleagues, but I don't know if there's a need to buy all 4 quadrants. I would advocate just 1 quadrant.
One.
Well, I
I
think,
don't need site control and everything else. I just want site control. Yeah, and I think Courtney can enlighten us, but the people, the one owner who owns that property
Yeah.
has been willing to
Yes.
have a purchase.
I would agree with that, but before we even go that far, I need to have more clarity and confirmation on the location.
Yeah, and that gets to the challenge of, why, if we were purchasing it now, would we potentially be purchasing, only a northern, or let's not even say purchase. We're looking at identifying this as what if they choose just south of that? Because part of the conversation with the bridge is making sure the bridge is designed, so what if you have stops on the south side of the McCrimmon, and what if you have stops on the north side of the McCrimmon? That the bridge is designed in such a way that it wouldn't prohibit that. So focus has continued that there would be one in this area. That's been staff's position because of the TOD plan. And continues to be their position. Most likely, it wouldn't be on both sides of the tracks because you also have an active business on the south side of the tracks. I mean, all these things start to play, the impact. But also understand on the north side of the tracks is it's actually not all owned by one person. Part of it is still owned by the federal government, and they have not been willing to sell it at this point. So now once the bridge comes in and it isolates the worst part of the actual true contamination portion, would they be willing to sell off the remainder? I don't know, because that's a question for the federal government. But I mean, there's a lot of little factors that are in play just to kind of keep that in mind as you discuss.
So I'm concerned because I kind of thought this was already identified and we were kind of good to go, but that's not.
It's not a guarantee. I mean, I think we're fairly confident because
75%?
staff is confident this is most likely to be the general location. But if you find the federal government is not willing to sell you that piece of land that's directly adjacent to the tracks,
Then it's a no-go.
But
that can
Campbell would
impact the
help.
conversation.
Which piece is that?
Campbell said they would.
David Price is on the transportation.
Number 2.
Do you have a copy
Property
of
number
that?
2.
With,
This number 2 or this number 2?
Number 2 and
But I can go look at
This
it.
number 2.
come on up here, Courtney, you know it's going to come on up here.
So the general question I had with the selection process, when they're looking at where to physically put the station, are they, again, I'm looking at ways in and out of there, and right now Church Street looks like it would be the only way, like either people riding the train or coming home from the train they'd have to exit out onto Church Street, right?
Or McCrimmon. So parcel 2, the purple parcel 2, I should say, is the general location of where we've probably already targeted it, but that's the one that is owned by the federal government. That's not privately owned.
Parcel 2 in pink is federal government?
Pinkish purple, yeah, whatever. The one on the left-hand side of the tracks,
Oh.
on the left-hand side of the page. So that's the one, and if you look at the aerial, there's kind of a large green area. Imagine that it used to be a pond, but it's filled in with trees. That's the location of the pond that was contaminated. That's where the dumping was occurred, so that's the brownfield site.
Where can you repeat that? I didn't get that.
Here, I'll identify and then kind of. So this parcel here, that's number 2, that's the one that's owned by the federal government. This area here is the proximal location of the pond where all the waste was being dumped.
Oh.
But if you look, if we take, and then at some point, the new road is going to come this way. The new bridge is planned to go around Cliff Sheets. It's also going to cut off a component of this. And so if you cut off a component of this, is the government then willing to sell off potentially the other half? Because they have been piecemealing pieces off over time. And that's really the heart of the contamination. So if the bridge is designed right, it basically is going to isolate everything. But all of these parcels primarily are all owned by one individual with the exception of this one. I mean, Mr. Marinard comes in a lot. He will sell it. It's all about making money for him. So, I mean, and he's been involved in the TOD process. He's been involved in all the processes. And also to keep in mind, remember, is we are doing, this is part of our sub-area that we're studying for the Wave Tech. That was one of the sub-areas, and we'll be getting information back in March on that one, as to where that one, that's going to have a complete market study to do on it.
Mr. Mariner, he's gonna go with the highest price bid he can get.
Mr. Mariner's there to make money. I mean, he's said that he has no objection to selling, but clearly he's a businessman. So.
And he's offered us a price? He's hinted about a price?
He has not, if he's told anybody how much he's signing for, he didn't tell me. So I don't know.
Any conversation I've had with him, we didn't go into that great detail because I knew we had not been authorized to negotiate yet, so I have not asked and he has not offered that information.
But to keep in mind, just track-wise, yes, we are targeting this area, and if the bridge comes here, again, this will be a way for people to get out to 54. And then, so it is Church, yes, you're correct, but then you'll have the McCrimmon with the grade separation, so they'll be able to get to 54 as well.
So it backs up to Luther Green Park, and then across the street is the Cricket Park.
That is correct.
So it kind of fits in with the land we already own, so to me, it's long-term, that might be a good location to own anyhow, even if the train station.
We get inquiries from developers or investors that are interested in this land, because most of them know that this is the right area for it. I know you and I have made some calls.
Not recently.
Okay.
So all the last inquiries we had.
What would be the best use of the land? I mean, in addition to that, like for they want to buy.
I'm going to tell you what our plans say. So whenever anybody walks in and asks what they want to build, we will send them to the plan and say this is what the plan identifies the area as.
Okay. So
And that's going
just
to be
go to
and that's the basis. Yeah. So I mean that's the important thing. Is anytime we have anybody come in, if it's a general rule, we will refer them back to our adopted plans because that's what it states that it should be.
Just at a high level, I mean, just like in general, would it be like industrial?
Well, if you want to support a train station, there has to be density. I mean,
so multifamily,
residential density, and then you're going to have some supporting uses along with that as well.
Supporting uses.
So, I mean, for density, for transportation, public transportation to be successful, you need riders.
What about other athletic facilities and things like that? Like if they know there's going to be residential, we've talked about fitness centers and things like that, if somebody wanted to come in.
So if you had, say, residents and then Giant Lifetime Fitness underneath of it or something, I mean, those are complementary uses. So yes,
you could have
anything that's complementary would go in there as well. I mean, I can't imagine it would, if I'm hopping off the train, say I'm taking the train, maybe I have a cold, I'm going to grab cold medicine. I mean, you're going to have little supportive things along those lines that go along with it. Otherwise, then I'm forced to go somewhere else to get to where I need to go.
What's around the train station in Cary? I don't recognize any of those kind of things.
Downtown.
They still don't have a downtown either.
I mean, they're building theirs, but theirs currently it's not a commuter rail. So it's an Amtrak station. But think about it. If I go to an Amtrak station, I'm driving there, typically parking my car, and I'm wanting to go somewhere. So you have to think, what's around a subway stop that you've been in the DC suburbs.
Yes.
Think more along those lines. If I hop off, unless it's a park and ride, stop for the metro, which those do exist, where it's nothing but a giant parking facility and you hop on. What are those supporting uses? And it's going to be little errand-based things typically, or supportive uses for those residential things that they would need. So while you wouldn't have a large-scale grocer, you could have something that has smaller supportive groceries. Things along those lines.
Thank you, Courtney.
Sorry,
No, you're fine. No, I appreciate you.
I'm going to go sit back over
We're going to
there.
have to move on. One more question.
Okay.
This one,
I'm good. Glad to hear that.
The Adams Brick one, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's his story? Will that, because that's kind of set in stone there. I can't even imagine that, coming out of that location.
I mean, they're one of the major distributors for the area.
Yeah. Thriving business.
So, I mean, I can't imagine them moving anytime soon, because think of all the concrete block that you basically see in this area. Most of it's produced out of there. So when we have structures that are, the blocks coming out of there and going to the building. So, I mean, good thing too is if you look into sustainability, they're really close by. So if you're encouraging less, sustainable buildings, there's your source of some of the masonry product.
I'll make a quick comment before we get off of this, because your comment's good about Cary and what's around the Cary station. I wouldn't think about that. Think about Union Station down in Raleigh. If you have not been to Union Station yet, that place is fabulous.
So
and
what
I'm not
was
saying,
it and what is it now? So
Yeah.
there's a difference.
Yes.
So you need to think about that. I mean, before it was a little parking lot in a building that you stood out
It was a little
in the
shack.
freezing cold. I mean, there wasn't even enough seat for when you went and hopped on the train. Nor was there enough parking. So if most of you were stuck taking an Uber down there or something.
And I'm not saying we're going to have anything to that size and that magnitude.
But it's supportive in nature, and I
Yes.
think that's the key.
And the whole surrounding area has changed tremendously. There's
The
a great
warehouse
deal of
district is
development
completely
around there. There's a food hall, food hall. They
Mhm.
call it food. That food hall is fabulous. There's all kinds of residential units, and clearly much denser and higher than we'd ever do. But it has transformed that whole area, and it's fabulous.
Even Charlotte, if you take, their, I'm trying to think of this, I have Link in my head, and I know that's not correct.
I took the light rail.
But if you take their light rail that they have there, and you go out to their suburbs, that's where you'll see. That's what has to occur here. So there is definitely a lot of heads that will support the stop. But then you're going to have some supporting uses, but it's certainly not going to be as big as the one in Raleigh. It's just going to be very similar to it.
I was in Charlotte 2 days ago. I saw the light rail and it was incredible.
Ding, 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 ding.
I'm getting electrocuted over here.
So we'll Courtney and I and Todd will talk with Ben and get a more clear update for you on the specific timing of that decision and what it means for your discussion. It may also be, we haven't done it in a while, it would sort of dust off TOD plan and do a refresher for council as well. We have not done that for quite a while, that we could schedule that into one of your work sessions so that you can continue the discussion on this one.
So Martha, I have one question that's lingering in my mind is, can we control the site through a strict site control, UDO, or you have to get hold of the site to basically do it? So,
And I'm hearing that that's part of what your question and discussion is, and I'd like us to bring back more information to you to help you promote that discussion. I don't know the answers right now. That TOD is as it was described to me when I came here, sort of this hovering jurisdiction, but let us bring you back more so I'm not speaking just off the cuff.
And Mark, when you do that, if you could bring back, there was a market study done too by that consultant.
Okay.
It gives us an idea of what we could anticipate.
And I'll say the
It's
market
only
study is
getting higher.
old enough that it's what was built, the plan was built on, but it won't have current value because it's changed.
No, I agree, I would say it would go higher.
Okay.
This, and
Good
I'll just
discussion.
I'm sorry, Todd, one last thing. So this is an example of, if this would become one of your priorities, this affects a lot of your funding and CIP discussions. This is an example of why it's important to have those conversations, because this decision would reflect a whole bunch of others that you might make.
So to that end, if we could have better guesstimates besides tax value, when the index comes back, so it's.
Well, I don't know, we can do that without starting to negotiate with the property owner, and I don't know that you're there yet.
Yeah. If we were going to create a budget, we would budget 1.5 times the tax value.
Okay, good to know.
Easy.
That's about $13.some million. If you bought it right out, but there's other ways to gain site control without making a full investment up front. So the next prioritized initiative comes under goal 3, which is engage inclusive community, and it's initiative 3C, which is maximize use of technology to inform and engage the community. That goal team continues to compile a comprehensive list of the existing outreach tools. They're continuing to evaluate the effectiveness of those tools. And there's been a lot of effort now evaluating new products, such as the enterprise system, as well as this product here, ClearPoint, yeah. So, and also one big nugget is that Kathy Jarbo volunteered to be one of the Gold Team champions. And so we're on board her now to take on that leadership role.
I want her on my team.
You don't get her.
What?
I want her on my team.
You don't get her. She's spoken for.
Sorry, she stepped right up to this one. The next initiative falls under Goal 4, which is public safety. Initiative 4B, adopt best practices through attaining and maintaining credit status and evaluating nationally accepted staffing levels to meet service level goals. Both the fire chief and the police chief gave you an update on those yesterday. You'll continue to see through our budget process those departments address their short-term and long-term staffing needs. You're aware that both departments are accredited and what their plan is going forward, and I won't repeat that unless you have specific questions about that. And then the last initiative that I want to update you on is in goal number 6, economic prosperity, initiative 6D, which is to work collaboratively with Wake County Public School System to ensure Morrisville's public school needs are met. Much of this goal team's effort has been to ensure transparency and exchange of information. They've done that by creating a school page on our town's webpage. They've arranged the introduction of our new school district 7 representative, Chris Hardy, and that's scheduled for the first council meeting in February. They also have provided a draft charter for a public school advisory committee. And before I turn over to Jenny Hooks, who is one of the Gold Team champions that has led this effort, let me just say this. I have no expectations that you endorse this public school advisory committee. But I just want to tell you, this Gold Team has done some of the best work that's been done in strategic planning. In this particular item, they thought outside the box, and they're bringing a plan to you again. Whether you approve it, bless it, change it, the work they've done is tremendous. And this kind of stuff excites me. So with that said, I'm going to turn over to Jenny to explain to you more about the school charter.
I'm ready for that.
All right, so I'm up for sharing, and I have something to give out to you. And I'd like to ask if I could join you at the table, because I might actually get some input from you at the same time we have a conversation. Is that okay? All right. $5, is that a charge to sit at your table? All right, I'm going to pass out really what is a draft. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to think of this as a starting place. You know, we took really a good thing. But let me tell you who they are first, because I'm proud of them, and what I'm giving you is not my work. It's not one person's work. It's all of their work. We really came together as a group, clicked very well. It's a nice cross-section of the organization, and there's benefits to having that multifaceted perspective. You know, looking through the lens of others is a huge value. So I just want to give props to Rodney Watkins. He's in the planning department, GIS manager. Elliot Ward, he is in the planning department also. Ryan Benson, he is in Parks and Rec. Shannon Conville, she is in finance. Tony Victor, he's stormwater, and Nancy Emsley in finance. And we did have another person who was engineering, but he moved on to other things. But Reggie Parks, give him props because he actually did a lot of legwork too. Before he left, he was in engineering. So these people have done, I think, great work. What we did with this initiative 6D that you charged us with, that was a green initiative. You guys said this was important to you. We kind of used this as a tool to really learn how to work effectively as a strategic team. So we really put a lot of effort into how do we come together as a unit and brainstorm effectively to put something in front of you. So what do? Well, one of the most important things was really to hear what you had to say. So we took information. You guys have talked about the importance of, what does Morrisville need in public school systems? And, we heard things like proximity, middle and high school. That was very important. But we also heard from you and your feedback and your conversations that we brought to the table, quality of education. Because it's under economic prosperity, we also felt that it was really important to talk about workforce, because you said that was important. So we try to bring those things together in a committee or in a type of committee that really leveraged the resource of your community. And how do we get that good cross-section and get to know what the interests of the community are so they can share with you? A type of committee where you can determine how you assign membership is one of those ways in which you can effectively do that, where you get a nice spectrum of your community. And you can set the parameters, what their purpose is, the type of membership. You can determine that there's fair and equitable representation. You can actually, and this is something you actually talked about yesterday as an important priority, that the resources you put on these committees have experience. And the committee actually thought that was very important. Not only fair and equitable representation across the community coming to this committee, but the committee members themselves come with something of value in their experience to bring to the table. Okay? So the team decided to go ahead and prepare a draft charter. Again, think of this as a starting place. This is your committee. If you choose to put a committee in place, you can decide, is it really a true advisory committee? It could be a task force, could be a blue ribbon commission. So think about that. We went for a committee because we saw its purpose extending beyond a set period of time. Because we're always teaching our children. We're always improving our skills as adults. It extends beyond that, beyond a simple task. Okay? So, in wrapping up, the team pulled together a charter. We have reached out. Each one of us were really assigned and challenged to do certain duties. And that was fun for the group. We reached out to people that were important to hear their perspective. Courtney Tanner, planning director, has been a big part of your conversation when you talk about schools. Demographics, data. She just has some connections. So we reached out to Courtney through one of our members and made sure that we were say, hey, Courtney, check in with her to see if through her lens were we headed in the right direction. We've also checked in with town clerk because we formulate a committee. It's important to kind of check in with the clerk because she knows the structure of how you formulate a charter. Checked in with the town assistant town manager and the town manager. Town manager's always on the pulse of where her council is. So that's very important. But we also checked in with people that we think might become resources to this community. And we talked about who that might be. And of course we will put a but not limited to on top of that. But we think the people that were important were, of course, your representative. We reached out to Kathy before she passed. She was highly interested in being a part of or a resource to this citizen-type committee. One thing we will do is to reach out to Chris and make sure that he is equally as interested. And we reached out to the school system. We worked through, one of our team members worked through really who do we need to get to that might become a resource for this conversation, for this big conversation, or as a resource for information. And we have determined that there is actually a liaison that is quite interested in coming and participating. Another group that the team reached out to for workforce development, WATAG. Highly interested. They're actually working on their strategic plan, and they want to know how this could fit in, to achieving something in their strategic plan. So again, the teams made some initial contacts. If a committee is what you're interested in moving forward with, we're at the ready to ask you if that is what you want to do, and we have some pathways forward in which we could probably get that accomplished. So not a red flag, but a name tag. All right, so I'm going to take some questions right now. So Vicki.
I was trying my best to active listen and read. I
So-
apologize.
So before you ask your question, can I give you pathways forward first, and then maybe that'll help?
No, I have
Okay.
specific.
All right, what's your specific points?
Okay, love this.
Great.
Okay. It's important that the council understand and agree if this is going to be an ongoing, or if this is going to be an initiative that has an end kind of thing. So we'll have to think about that. The name of the committee, you put in the name Morrisville, so automatically there's going to be some contention because it's a county-based school, it's Western Wake, schools that we're talking about, but we're very interested in Morrisville. So the membership, we have to determine if it's just Morrisville people, because the way the Wake County schools are kind of aligned is we have districts, and so we might want to have someone who's the parent district representative, I forget what the title is, looped into this committee, either officially or unofficially, so that way we get that cross chatter automatically inherent in some of our meetings. Getting in the weeds, under purpose, we really need to add a word in item A and say advocate and represent public school needs for the Morrisville community. You put that in item C, but I just think that's an oversight. If this is the Morrisville blah, 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 we need to say it as our very first out the door kind of thing. This is for Morrisville. That's good for the public as well. And then item H, the advocacy plan to address public school needs. Is that for Morrisville? Is that for Western Wake? What is it for? We should agree what that should be. It's trying to be broad, but what is the target? And then that's it.
Those are great. Those are very great points of feedback. Yes, sir.
This is excellent. This came out of one of my one-on-one with Martha, and said there's so much, energy around this. So why don't we have a presentation, and get everyone on the table from all angles. And I think this committee membership is exactly what I was thinking, because from all districts, everyone comes in along with the liaison. I think yesterday we talked about some technical value, some people who will be like there. I really don't care about 12 or even 16 to start, because the reason I'm saying that is we can have a liaison from each and every school proximate to Morrisville that either have a principal as an official automatic member of that, like say Parkside, Alston Ridge, those kind of things, and offer them hey, this is part. Usually these are 1 and 2 months. If they would be willing to participate as part of it, that would help. And very much, it's the best thing I've seen. Thank you.
Right. Yes, Councilmember Wendell.
So, yeah, obviously from an education perspective and being a teacher myself, I think the idea of having with all of the, to Satish's point, we've had so much bickering amongst the residents about year-round versus calendar, and why is it this or why is it that. So to have representative across the Morrisville, I think is really good. If the committee is to help advise us, then I think it should be a Morrisville committee. I don't know that. And then if Carrie wanted to create one, then the committee members could share across informationally. But I love the idea to help guide us in what direction, what communication we're going to take then to the school board when we want to advocate for things in Morrisville. So then we have residents telling us what's important as an advisory group, rather than my people said this and my people said that, and my neighbors want this and my neighbors want that. I think it gives us a very strong. Not only does it relieve us from the political part of who's going to vote for or who's going to advocate for a year-round, when there's 16 representatives coming to us, and if they come to us with a, based on X, Y, Z, we recommend that the council advocates for a boom. It really gets it down to the residents level, and it gives the residents a voice, which I think is really great. I love this.
Awesome.
Looking at 4I, it says identify workforce needs and leverage educational systems and partnerships in order to close the gaps. I think that's excellent because we're living in a very disruptive economy, and I think a lot of the jobs that we have today are being automated and displaced, but there's a lot of new jobs being created in areas like AI, cybersecurity, and WIC Tech's offering a lot of classes in that. I think there's a great opportunity with the amount of technology that we have in our backyard, with just leaders in tech and tech companies, that when we go back and look at preference will be given to those with unique experience in 3A, and it talks about parents, teachers, PTA members, all of that stuff, which is great. But somehow I think having some requirement, at least a few members having that kind of technology experience. Now I know they probably have to be members, citizens of Morrisville, right? That would be.
Yeah, I think they have plenty of talent if needed.
Yeah, but I'm just curious, would they have to be members of Morrisville?
I think that's up to council to determine who, so I will tell you in years past, and Councilmember Johnson might remember this, we've actually had people who weren't from Morrisville that were on one of our committees many years ago. And I think it actually happened because she did live here, and then she ended up moving, but we saw such value in what she brought to the committee that it continued. But the choice, what I'm saying, the policy decision is yours as to how you want this charter to frame. And to even go off of what you're saying, what are the types of experience you want? That's just what the team put on there based on feedback internally and externally. You can change that. You can decide if it needs to be more or less or greater than.
And the reason I say that is just hypothetically speaking. You could have like one of the Wake, I'm just throwing his name out there, like one of the Wake school board, one of the Wake Tech board chair is Tom Looney. He was the former general manager or North America VP for all of North America for Lenovo. And he's been very involved with identifying new jobs that don't exist today. And was very involved with Wake Tech's curriculum. So I think someone like that would be very knowledgeable of how we tie that into education. Or even there may be somebody at Infosys, even though they're in Raleigh, a big charter of Infosys, their CEO, Satish and I were at, and TJ were at their opening, and their CEO from Bangalore, Salil Parekh, he said that most of the jobs that they're going to be training North Carolina citizens for are jobs that don't exist today, and that their intent was actually to tie that into maybe the K through 12. So there could be an opportunity to, and that would be great if we could bring them into the fold of Morrisville so we could really be a part of that conversation, and that would help us even advocate to the school board for, hey, this is our niche, and we want to be sort of the tech, not tech, but
that's exactly the kind of provision. So to do that, A, I would advocate for Morrisville residents, but B, when you have these, standing people, like say you need a representative from Wake Tech, Tom Looney would be an excellent one. He can automatically be a liaison, that they can work with, or have like a PTA. A PTA could be rotating. It's not every time Morrisville. It could be Cary, but it's a standing person who basically automatically rolls into it as a position, not as a resident there. But the rest of the people, it would be good. So that adds a lot of value to us.
So why don't those people be resources to the community? Because here's how I envision it. This is clearly there's a mission here, but it's also an opportunity to engage our residents. I'd like to see our residents on this committee. And Tom Looney, he's not going to. That's right. He'd be a fabulous resource. I don't see him showing up to a monthly meeting in the town. I would say, I don't doubt that. Don't doubt that. But I think this is important to engage our residents and
I'm sorry.
But maybe a technology resident, some more tech background.
So let me just share, the team actually talked about this. You shouldn't just be citizens as members of the committee. Should it include those resources as members of the committee? And what we felt is the committee is actually going to deal with certain matters at different points in time, and that subject matter expert might not be the same person each time you tackle something that the committee wants to work on. But they can, as long as they're invited and that they know what the committee is going to talk about through their agenda, they can come and be present and at the table as a resource. So that's why we probably left it as citizens and moved them as a resource and support, and that they would be invited and at the table for the conversation. So does that help explain really the context of why we reached that point?
Yes,
Okay.
and if I could just, on that same thought, I think from a perception standpoint, I think it's really important that these folks be Morrisville residents, not residents of any other unnamed communities.
So I am actually hearing a strong consensus that it is Morrisville citizens that really are the members of the committee.
And the resources could be, outstanding, anyone, like, it could be 16 too, but as long as there's some, merit to it.
Identified at Wake Tech, a point person identified, so that way you have your balance of Morrisville citizens, but if we just say Wake Tech, it's not going to work.
So we've actually had a person's name who wants to be at the table. So I think we had Michael.
You want to talk too, right?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think it's a great thing. I could deal with most of this. I would say that 3A preference, change the word, because I don't know if you can say because the council decides, so as the council, I don't want somebody saying, well, we're saying we're giving preference, so we have to have that individual. I would use another word. Because it's up to the council, like every board, to decide.
Applicants will have.
Okay.
Or we're looking
You don't want to tie us
for,
in.
yeah. And as far as, I think, again, just thinking, trying to make it respectable to we're trying to give input to Wake County also. I think we might want to consider, again, they'll throw it back in our face that, well, your schools, you have plenty of people from outside Morrisville going to your schools, just like plenty of our kids go to schools outside our community. So maybe we think OJT or asking just some liaisons, Satish kind of brought it up with the schools. I think that would be good to add credibility to them, what they're going to accomplish.
Okay.
Versus just, like an OJT we do for P and Z. Okay. And we've had, we've had other people in other committees as part of it. That was my 2 cents.
Mayor?
OJT.
ETJ.
Sorry, yeah.
I think I just translated it that way.
Okay.
Mayor?
So we're circling around. It's my understanding that we're saying that for number 3, the special committee membership preferences of the Morrisville residents, those are like the only voting members, and the resources are non-voting, so they're to help. Okay.
At least that was the team's intent. So
Okay.
that's still up to council, but it sounds like that's what's going on here.
Voting members are the Morrisville residents. Okay. 3B, up to 3 residents from each of the 4 districts. I don't know if the council would be willing to say up to 4 residents, so we're not locked in that there's only 3 residents per, because we're looking for geographic diversity. Our districts aren't really made that way. So as long as people, when you get a map during the application process, we can actually see where the existing members are and where the applicants are. If we think geographic and neighborhoods are important, that would be a way to accomplish that a little bit better and give us a little flexibility. Because we don't have anyone from this district, we're at 9 members, just by the way the math is. So that's just something that I would put forth. It gives us a little more flexibility.
But is that a minimum? Yeah.
Would that help?
Maybe that would help.
But we
Kind
want
of ties our
24-member advisory.
And if we had minimum, you have to have at least 1 person from every district with the maximum.
Well, we've had trouble with people not applying. I don't think we're gonna have a problem here, but I don't see a
There will not be a
reason
problem.
to just make it 4 and then it's up
So
to
I can
4.
tweak I can work with that language, that's wordsmithing. I think I have a sense that you're flexible, you're interested in making sure that we have representation from the districts. That's what's critical and important. So let us just work with the wording, and what we bring back, you can tweak our change it if you choose at that time.
So I know we
That
have,
gives me enough of a feeling.
in number 4, it says, I think it's the only place it says it, if I read it correctly, for A, represent public schools. So I want to make sure that, I just want to make sure that the committee advisory is specific on public schools, because I think we'll get into some crazy weird water if we start going down into private charter schools and advising on that type of thing. And so could we name it the Charter of the Morrisville Public Education Advisory and Advocacy Committee would be a recommendation.
Question, do we want to say Wake County Public Schools, or do we just want to say public schools? Just asking.
Wake County.
Probably Wake County, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
Wake County.
we can tweak with that. I'm getting some nods.
For full clarity.
For full clarity, yeah, because I could be a public charter school.
Yep, that's what public schools
That's
district
right.
charter is,
So,
but
Wake County
think
public
about
schools.
it in another way, like, a person who is in Sterling Montessori, if they wanted to be a part of it, so basically we're saying them no, and they are Morrisville residents. So I'm thinking of that angle. Other than that, I think Wake County works
I
fine.
just don't think we want to get in a competition with Wake County School District and have it appear as though the town of Morrisville is trying to create some type of, or potentially have a conflict with Wake County Public Schools.
There's been sensitivity in the past about the definition of a public school, because it truly is public in a charter setting for some. Not all charters are public, as well as Wake County. So, we should, if we want to include Sterling Montessori.
I'm not saying because if
Does it
someone
get
came
public
tomorrow,
And they are good neighbors, they're good neighbors. How do we do that in
Exactly.
a fair way?
yeah, that's
Well, I would just, sorry, I'd say I agree, but, so if we spell it out, that they can come there, but they're there to discuss Wake County schools. They can still have the boys, as long as you're staying on the message. And they can be a disruptor and want to say, hey, but I don't think we'll see
I
that.
don't think we can
I
have
don't
it
think
both
we'll see
ways.
that.
I don't think we can invite them and tell them not to talk about their school. We either say public schools and don't say either or we just say.
We're on the same line, but I'm just saying, if we get an application from somebody,
Yeah, I was gonna say, just because you
Yeah.
go to a charter school does not mean you're not a Wake County Public School advocate.
that's what I'm trying to say, the message, so I don't think there's a problem with the message saying Wake County schools.
That's fine. The only thing has to be fair to any other person who basically comes from any charter person to say that you deprive me of my
Right.
rights. That's legally I'm looking at.
We
Not
want to
that-
be clear.
But we have, the advisory committee is to advise us on public schools.
That's what the team heard you say that was most important to you. So I'm going to restate public schools or Wake County Public Schools. Now remember, you can create this committee, launch it, and this committee will do wonderful things, and you may at some point decide we want to expand it, we want to broaden it, because we see a greater need. And you might have that conversation again, should it be inclusive of other things. So just think about that. If a place to start is, because I keep hearing public schools is the most important, then let's Wake County Public Schools. Is that okay?
Yes,
To that end,
and I'll just change the charter.
I think that maybe in the second line of the charter whereas,
Okay.
say ensure reasonable proximity of Wake County Public Schools in brackets WCPSS, to be really clear,
Okay.
that that's exactly what we're talking about, and then the rest.
Okay.
Does that make it really clear? Because Wake County Public Schools still is other public schools.
Right, it's an entity otherwise.
Right, putting WCPSS in there makes it really clear that we're talking about working with the school system.
Are there any other thoughts? Because I need to move us forward because there might be a few other things Todd wants to talk to you about.
Who's going to support this? That's
So-
blank here.
So that's blank intentional. That's something that Martha, the town manager, needs to think about. The team has offered some suggestions, but the manager needs to determine where's the workload, where's the best fit. And that would be something that would come forward with how we would bring this back to you to get it.
Whoever presents it has to be the.
I'm sorry, one at a time. Councilmember Wendell?
Department within the town.
A department within the town
Since
and a
it's
person to
schools and
support
it's
it.
public, I mean, I think we get the new fire chief to do it. He's like the,
He would be
he's
super
like the
cool.
model.
I don't know, Patrice is really good too, and she's already been tuned into this. She's pretty psyched up. I think Satish and then Councilmember Johnson, I'm
No,
sorry.
I was just picking on you. I said that the person who
You're
presented
picking.
has to be the one. You own it.
No, just two real quick
You listen,
things.
Todd.
4E, to explore school model options. I think that's
okay.
going to be our wheelhouse,
Right.
quite frankly. I would highlight that, I'd bold it, I'd make that really big. So I appreciate that being in there. And then the only other thing I would say, even though this is draft, could you share this with Chris Haggerty before he comes to our
Absolutely.
February meeting? So
Yes.
when he makes his comments, he's up to date on what we're doing and can comment. I'm sure that would be beneficial to him to know.
The folks that we've reached out to at the team, as they've reported back to the goal champions, they keep people that we've reached out to, they keep asking, where are you at on this? Where's the charter? They're so excited that we're going down this path, or council's decided to go down this path. I think we had a question over
I
here.
think you were bringing a charter to us instead of an idea.
Is this a vote where we vote on it again?
Okay,
Where
so
we vote for people?
so Mayor, I think you had a question, and then I'll get to this one.
Yeah, and then Satish will have something afterwards, which I think we should discuss. For number 5, board advisory committee
Mhm.
members might be something to add there. They're like student representatives into the different districts, BACs, they're one for each school. So that would be an option perhaps there
As the,
as
a resource?
Possible committee advisory
Okay.
support partner
Okay, board advisory
committee.
committee.
What was the thing that you were saying that was so important that you liked? I want to make sure that I.
4E, the explore school model options, the whole idea of having a different kind of high school.
That
I'm not
matters
thinking
for
of
us.
high school, for
Yeah.
us. I mean, I think that's an opportunity for us to stand out, have something really unique, something different, and take advantage of what we have here. Well, STEM or STEAM, over there, STEAM too, so.
Representative Haggerty had some, he had some ideas about
So
a
let's
specialized high school.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one more.
One thing I'm worried about, that word and school site selection.
4F.
4F, that is a hot button item. No, I don't think any advisory, even council, has any say in the site selection, because it's pretty much big on public schools.
So-
When they pick up a site, that's done.
So to respond to that, because we were trying to be very careful, and Manager Page and I, we spoke about this. Courtney's actually indirectly expressed concern. So what we did is explore, get an understanding of the reassignment process, the site selection process, and that this committee becomes a knowledge base for you of how the inner workings occur, and they can help advise you when these certain things come about. They teach themselves to become experts in understanding that, because they're going to be wanting to go to those meetings and get the inner conversation. So they become that stronger resource as a result. So that's why we tried to frame it in that way, instead of them identifying what the site locations are. That you can't do that.
Procedural
Right.
expertise.
What's the procedural? How can we move things forward? So, Mayor? and
No,
then we'll
actually,
wrap.
Jerry had a question. I don't think we answered
Oh,
yet.
did we not answer the question?
You asked about voting or something about.
Yeah, would we, just for everybody, the selection process would be the same as we do any of the other committees, where you would give us out a sheet of paper and we vote on 3 from each. There'd be 7 people from each geographic district and we
Certainly,
vote on 3 or whatever.
we would want it to be as similar to your policy that's already in place as possible. There's been conversation that this might need a unique application process, and that's something the team will go back and say, well, how does it need to be different, and help you with that. But
Let me
you wanna
check on
chime in?
something. I'm going to return to one of Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Scroggins Johnson's first question. Currently, do you envision this as a permanent committee or a time-certain committee? I think that's real important to all the rest of the discussion about the process.
I prefer long-term.
And I think that's what I'm hearing.
that's what I was hearing.
So at this point, I think my recommendation is, if you have any more input, email it to Jeannie so she can share it with the committee. Is your committee going to have enough time to revise a draft in order to review with Representative Haggerty before a February 12th meeting?
Before a February 12th meeting? I think we can. We can do that as a team.
Okay.
Yes.
So we can recirculate a draft to council to proof again before we would bring it to you as an action item, that then you'd be able to start your recruitment process, and we'd be able to have more information about how a recruitment process, this is very different than your other committees where you're looking for specific things. So we'll have to design that for you. And we would have more time to do that by the time we bring back the action item.
I don't think, I would not worry about doing that in time for
So I thought you
Chris
said
Haggerty.
you wanted Chris Haggerty to see this before he came and made his comments.
Yes, I want him to be aware of.
Gotcha.
I don't think he needs to
So
see any
okay.
final
Thank you.
a draft like we have right here. That's fine.
Okay.
It's my understanding this is public record.
Yeah, well, I want to make sure that he,
Yeah.
so he's
So
informed
he has
of
a
what
copy.
we're doing here,
Okay.
and if he needs to make comments about it, fine. If he doesn't, that's fine too. But just to let him give him the heads up.
Well,
what
this
we're
is-
doing.
This
Yes,
has been
I
a great
think you do.
conversation. You've given me good feedback to share with the team, and this is rewarding for them. So it's nice for me to be able to take positive feedback back that their work and their product was well received, because that reward's just going to fell over into the next initiative that they tackle, which they're already on. So the pathway forward is a briefing item, is what it sounds like you want. You ready for that if I take this feedback and recreate some or tweak the charter.
Who's the lead department?
So we talked about that a minute. We'll make sure that's clear. But that is town manager's page decision. She needs to weigh the workload and figure out where the best fit is. So we left it blank intentionally so that there's time to think through that. But there will be some information put on that at that time. Am I wrong in saying that?
No, you're not.
All right. Thanks for letting me join you at the table, and thanks for the conversation.
This is awesome.
I did a clap. We got a clap there.
All right. Pretty short rows here with the strategic plan update, okay? So everybody in this room knows to execute Connect Morrisville at the highest level, we've got to create that alignment throughout the organization. We've got to create that cascading effect. Our departments have to know, they need to know what they're responsible for to execute that plan. And when I finish saying a few other things, Aaron's going to come up to you and explain to you how we plan to accomplish that. And that's through our department work plans. But I want to skip down to the next level, which is the individuals. That's the next layer. And that's our final phase of implementing the strategic plan process, and is to align our work plans with the strategic plan that aligns with the department work plans. If you don't know, we have a robust work plan process now. At the beginning of the performance year, which coincides with our fiscal year, our supervisors sit down with all the employees and they develop 3 to 5 individual goals. And that becomes part of their performance. In addition to the core competencies and the categories that they're evaluated on, there's 3 to 5 goals added. And what we're doing now is we're evaluating that entire process. And we're looking to how we can better align our individual work plan process with our strategic plan. I've already mentioned to you, we've already put in place a mechanism to educate our new employees. Every new employee that comes in that goes through our orientation training, we teach them how to spell Connect Morrisville. We tell them where the strategic plan is, and we go over the components. We talk about the history of how it developed. That's important that they know that. And we let them know that part of their work will be, when they meet with their supervisors, to identify goals that align their work, that aligns with our strategic plan. So with that said, Aaron's going to take a few minutes to kind of show you how we're trying to create that alignment with the departments through the department work plans. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you all for giving me a few more minutes. I told you I would be back. So I think it goes without saying, we have pretty great staff here in Morrisville. But I just want to tell you a little bit about what your department heads have been working on for the last few months. So not only have they been performing their daily tasks, their daily workload, a lot of them have also been serving as goal champions for any number of our 6 goals. Courtney is a goal champion. Jeannie is a goal champion. Todd and I participate and facilitate as often as we can with each of these goals, because it's really important for he and I in our roles to understand what's going on with each of their processes and if they have any needs that we can help with. So the process that we've just completed was the departmental plan process. So between late October and early December of last year, your department heads participated in over 10 hours of discussion and classroom training to develop departmental plans that will align with the overall strategic plan. They took the information that they gleaned back to their departments and engaged their staff so that they could put together plans that were both significant and purposeful. They were asked to develop the following items: a purpose statement that told the real reason for their departmental existence, department measures that could tell the story of that purpose statement, and initiative measures that could then be short-term goals that we could foresee within the next 12 to 18 months. This might sound vaguely familiar because this was modeled after the process that council undertook to develop your strategic plan as well. Our measures were developed and designed to be focused, meaningful, and measurable. Staff was able to narrow down what we previously housed as 180 performance measures to 94. We cut that by almost half. Those measures resonate with each employee in each department. Some departments were able to reduce their overall departmental measure load by 1/2 to 3/4. That demonstrates their commitment to defining strong and substantial measures. So what you have before you is a sample of this work. On the left side, you see your priority initiative, and you have a coordinating department purpose and aligned measure on the right that's directly reflective. You see a few words that are highlighted in the same color on either side as well. This demonstrates that department level commitment to aligning with your broader strategic plan. Now let me also point out, this is only one example. I could create similar examples from every departmental plan, for every initiative. We have a plan for every town department, and each department is managing its own detailed plan. Every measure is connected to the department purpose statement and has its own corresponding metrics. Again, guidance that we took from the broader town plan and the example set by town council. Effort was given to ensure consistency with the town's plan, alignment, and department knowledge of the big picture. So I think the real big takeaway here is through these steps, through these processes, through this alignment, we've done something that has never been done before. You did something that has never been done before. You adopted our first ever strategic plan. Department heads took part and developed their first ever departmental level strategic plan as an extension of that. This information will be tracked and shared. We can use our project tracking software. We can coordinate and link this information. Our plans are in finalization stages. Department heads have worked really, really hard over the last 3 months, and I'm really excited to see their hard work kind of come to fruition. So as Todd mentioned, our next step is to incorporate individual plans that will then align their work task back to their departmental plan, and ultimately we'll incorporate this process into our current evaluation and performance process. Todd and I are happy to answer any questions, but I think you can tell we're probably pretty excited. So I'm going to start with Councilmember Garamella.
I was just thinking when you said the amount, all the heads cut down the number of measurements by half. So does that mean you'll have less work because you'll be more efficient?
I doubt it.
I think that's actually a statement of measure what's important.
Yes.
Don't just measure whatever you can
Yes.
measure.
I think
that's what our departments did.
I think it's important too to realize how we got so many measures. And we think about over the years we added measures, but we never took off measures that really weren't as important. Well, this process has allowed us to do that. So we're focusing on what's most important.
So I'm going to go with Councilmember Wendell and Councilmember Ralph.
Yeah, so I would say two things. One, what I love about these documents that we've seen throughout the morning now, and even for ourselves in earlier session, is, and the word that sticks out, and I'll probably coin it for myself for this retreat, is accountability. So it, you can have all kinds of ideas, but when you have things that are, very STEM-like, strategic, timely, measurable, the accountable you get accountability. Are these documents, though, and I get we can put it in our plan electronically, are they living and breathing? So when the departments are having, either supervisor meetings or staff meetings, are we opening these back up so staff who are doing the work every day can see how things are going? Are we using them, living, breathing documents, or are they just nice and pretty and put them on a
shelf?
Yeah, when we talk about making this part of our culture, again, when our department heads meet with the departments, they review the progress they're making with the plan. It is something that's discussed on a regular basis.
And so what's nice about this is from a human resources perspective is as an employee, I can tell if I'm doing a good job or not, rather than at the end of the year when I get my evaluation and someone says, you weren't so good. This says we hit these goals, we hit these objectives. I mean, it's a very vibrant thing. I mean,
there's
it really
no surprises at the end, right?
I really, really like this a lot.
Thank you. That's where we're at.
Well, first of all, this is great work, and I guess it's just really, we want to thank you all for putting these goals together and also the performance plans. And I'd like to defer to you in terms of just like where, what we can do to make your job easy as you preparing workloads for our council. Because one of the challenges I see is that we go into retreat is very little time before now and the end of the year. And I think the council, in my opinion, our meetings go very long, and I think that a lot of times it looks like 25 meetings, lots of late nights, we're getting into a lot of detail, and I think we get away from these goals. I mean, I think every decision that we make should really fall into these goals. So I'm just saying, I'm just trying to make a statement that I think that we really, as a council and team, need to think about deferring the details to the staff who have shrunk the performance goals and spend more of our time in at least one of our meetings really evaluating amongst ourselves, what are we doing in the course of the next 7 months to get tangible things done within our specific buckets of goals. It's like we're in the cockpit of a plane and it's a dashboard, and I think sometimes it's just like we get in there and it's just, I don't know if I'm the only one that feels like that, but it's just a cluster of lots of briefings and meetings, and before you know it, it's going to be October. And I feel like, that's just a thought.
So you've got me thinking, so how council plays a really important role in this whole process. I mean, clearly, we adopted the plan, we adopted the 6 goals, but we can derail during the year the progress too. So we need to be accountable as well. So how are is that where you get? So how are we accountable to?
How can we be more helpful to you as a governing board to enable you, the staff, to get us to the goals that we have laid out? Because I do not believe that sitting in a city hall till midnight asking you how high the weeds are really doing any benefit to what we're giving you. That's just my personal opinion. So it's just really a question, and we don't have to answer it today, but I want each of the directorates to think of that as we head out of this retreat into the new meetings, because I need that feedback.
Can I get Councilmember Garamel, and we'll come right back. Thank you.
I think, Stephen, this is exactly what I was thinking. Let's challenge ourselves as a council. If this is up and implemented, if we can even cut down one meeting, or even status updates, that we spend a lot of cycles, just as a quarterly, Benjamin comes and says, he gives his, 5-minute talk. This is there, So if it's already there, so why do we even need it, for someone other than record it on the tapes? It's transparent, and if we can take those kind of things, like the police chief came the other day, talk about it. It's a status code. So you can take half of the things out, and that will help Martha to reduce, shrink, or even we cut down one meeting.
It's changing the culture.
So I'm hearing you saying you're allowing staff to challenge you to stick to the important things during your meetings.
Yes.
We struggle with that. So it's just a commitment we have to make to each other.
I think we are, as a council, I'm hearing that we are giving you permission to challenge us, but I would like to know when I'm inadvertently causing strife downstream. I don't necessarily know the consequences of some of our decisions, because we think we're doing the right thing, and we might inadvertently botch it. Yes.
How are my actions, how are my decisions affecting your work performance?
So do to everyone what you do to me.
How are my
Because
actions?
Martha does that to me, so I'm so glad you guys are doing it.
So I
Here,
take
stop.
that, I take that as my
Seriously,
responsibility,
Right.
and I'm hearing you, and I think that this is probably some good launching of when we come back to that goals discussion we're gonna have, is what I need from you as much as what you need from me, so that we're doing both ways, because we as staff try to please you all the time, and yet we get inundated with all of your details every day.
Keep us up here, 60,000 feet.
Well, how do they do that?
I appreciate the passion.
How do they do that? What's their sign for you?
We need a safe word.
So Councilmember Johnson had her hand up as well.
Well, I was going to say, and just to circle back to Steve's other point was, you know, how do the decisions we're going to make, and we kind of do this already with some of our briefing sheets with the goals that we've had over the years, you know, this fits into goal whatever. So, you know, when our decision comes, you know, a yes on this vote ties into this goal right here. You know, if you say no, well, that affects that goal right there. So, you know,
Yes.
or
So
that initiative or whatever.
I can speak to that, actually, because we actually have a document that is now included as part of your briefing materials that has nothing but your goals and objectives listed on it. And every staff member who prepares an action item for you has to fill that out and attach it to their item so you can see exactly where your strategic plan is affected by that action item. If it's a resolution, if it's an ordinance, if it's a budget adjustment, you're going to see where that ties in.
So that should make things easy then to say, well, heck, I agreed to this whole process, and if this is part of the process, then hopefully I'm going to say yes. It sounds easier than...
Councilmember Wendell, and I think Mayor Colley might have had his hand up.
Oh, I was just saying hallelujah.
Oh,
no, but you know what? This is really exciting because we couldn't have done this before, if you think about it, because we didn't have the dashboard. We don't have these things. And if that dashboard and the project tool, you have the projects that's going to tell us exactly where we are. Whereas right now we don't know, so we have to ask staff, like, when is this road going to get built? Because people are asking me. So we can look there, and then if within the project plan, it ties it to the goals. I mean, all whoever said dots are connected, it's all right there, so that really can eliminate a lot of the information. And by changing the culture, like Satish said, all we have to do now through the communications director is train the public to look and make it where it's easily accessible. They can see what the status is, so we don't have to see it on TV every time and do these 2-hour reviews. But we just got to get there. We didn't have the tools before, so we didn't have an option. Now it's all there. It could be like, bam.
So if you understand what Mr. Wendell just said, then that means you get it. You get it. You're exactly right. You get it.
Mayor Colley, I believe I heard. Sorry.
Yes, we already have that sheet where it says which objectives are being checked, and we could also include a print of the page of the actual department or individual level work plan that actually is that item also. That's another way to show the public that this is the actual item.
I think that's getting in the weeds.
Yeah, I think
that's in the weeds.
The first part.
That's creating work
Yeah.
that takes us away from the big picture.
The
I'm sorry. Yeah, is every time you ask us to do something like that, that takes us away from what the big goal was in the first place.
We need to know which strategic plan, objective, and goal we're meeting. I think that's what we need to know. That's what the public needs to know. That's what you all need to know.
I think where we need to challenge ourselves is from here on out, every time we go into a meeting, starting in the next meeting, each of us need to challenge ourselves on what new ideas do we have that can fit into these goals, that we can come in at a high level, that we want something and tell the staff, or any decision that we make. This will help us look at the town at a much higher level, which I think will help the culture of this council so we can be innovative and we can really, really bring best practice ideas. With the amount of talent we have on our council, I think that we can distance ourselves from other cities by having a better process. So I think that the final thought I'll make, just because I wanted to get out there, is that in the strategic goals we have technology under inclusive and engaged community. And I'm assuming that we will be using, once we have a CIO, figuring out at the departmental level where technology can be better used for transportation mobility.
We're not waiting for the CIO. You missed a great.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're not waiting for the CIO, but yeah, when that CIO comes in,
yeah,
they got work to do, but we're not waiting for that.
But technology would incorporate into other
Yes.
goals.
Yep.
And if I can make one final comment too. So to your point, and I think to some of the other points that have been made, roughly a year ago when you adopted your strategic plan, you set the bar and you set the wheels in motion for staff to kind of get to that point with you. It's not that we weren't at that point, but we had to figure out how to tie it all back together. So to Councilmember Rao's point, we're not waiting for a CIO to figure out how we can incorporate technology. We are finding and utilizing new tools and new resources every day. We're finding out how we can be more efficient and more effective in our work, because my motto is work smart, not hard. I'm not trying to create work for me or for Todd or for Martha or extra work for you guys. We're trying to find the best way to tie in what we have, put it all together, make it easily accessible, make it easily understandable, readily available. That's our goal. That's what my role and my commitment is to you. So all of these goals, all of these objectives, all of these initiatives, they really give us the guidance that we need to provide you hopefully what you need as well.
Thank you for your time.
I'd like to make one last
Sorry,
I'd like to thank staff, but I'd also like, I hope what you're seeing is how much work is going on behind the scenes on your behalf. We don't report to you every day, and many of these things take a lot of time to come together, but there is lots of work going on. And I know it feels frustrating to you sometimes that you don't see it, but I think you are seeing it, and I just wanted to say that.
We clap for that.
Thank you for your time.
Can I take a break?
Yeah. About 15 minutes?
Wow, so much. Wow. It's because y'all just did good work.
Okay, well, we're going to get this started. So actually, I brought Michelle with me. So she is going to help out with one of the items later on, so it's not just the Courtney show. I know you're disappointed. So we are going to move on. So affordable housing.
Yes.
And for those of you that weren't able to make it yesterday because of other commitments, I did quickly touch on this. But the important message I really want to get out there is that the RFQ will be posted on Monday. And that really has me anticipating having a contract executed and signed and starting this spring. I'll go into some of the things of how I'm trying to compress the timeline. Originally, when I prepared it, I thought it would go until 2020. But based off of so many different outreach events that we've had recently, kind of changing up my approach in the RFQ, but then really allow the consultants, as they respond, to come up with some creative options and timelines through the approach. But what we're going to do is stakeholder feedback. Whether you realize it or not, that's probably the longest component of drafting any of our plans. It takes the most time, and partly it's because how we have to approach community feedback here. It used to be in the world of planning. You hold a meeting, town hall event, everybody would show up. You know, you give them a cookie, they go home, and we get information out there. Now, if I do that approach, I'm going to go home with all the cookies and no information. So we can't use that approach anymore. So what we're going to do is we're going to utilize all of the great feedback that we actually received during the land use plan. If you remember when the consultant came back and presented some key themes, one of those themes was housing that was picked up, specifically workforce housing. So people didn't use the word terminology. What they kept hearing a lot of is, well, you know what? I don't think people that live here necessarily work here, or vice versa. People that work here don't have an opportunity to live here, Do our firefighters live here? Do our police officers live here? And so that was a lot of the statements. And I did not admit every single session, but I popped into a couple of them. And in addition to other themes like education and transportation, that was one that was brought up. And then we're going to just kind of gather feedback from stakeholders that actually provide services to vulnerable populations. In vulnerable populations, there's a wide variety. Elderly, it could be those on fixed incomes, those with accessibility issues. So reaching out to groups that specifically serve Morrisville or the county where Morrisville individuals can go to. So it can be social services through the county, Dorcas Ministries, things along those lines. What are the services out there that we're currently providing? And then last is, this is our new approach. We're going to take your work sessions, and we're asking the Planning and Zoning Board to come to your work sessions. If we meet, say, in February at the PZB, we don't come back to see y'all until March. So that's 4 weeks right there. And then from that standpoint, there's another 2 weeks of building up additional information. We're losing time through that approach. So how do we compress the time? And I think this allows both the non-political and the political viewpoints to get together and you can hear each other. So there's benefits to that as well. So that's going to be our new approach. Then one of the key components is actually a housing needs assessment. I need to figure out who are the people, and this is demographics, age, race. Who is Morrisville? Go on to catalog our existing housing. So it's the age of the housing, the type of housing, owner-occupied, renter-occupied. You're going to pick up all that information. They're going to start, again, identifying our vulnerable populations. So do we have them? And if we do, who are they? We need to take care of that. And then we're going to go through and identify any existing barriers. So if I wanted to purchase a house, what are the barriers that are prohibiting that? The cost of our land may actually be a barrier for affordable housing. Same house here, I can go buy elsewhere in the county for $100,000 less very often. Is that a barrier? And then how do we overcome that? And then come back. We're going to present those findings and through another joint session between the town council and the planning and zoning board. Again, trying to pull our time down some. And then we're going to get to some Morrisville specific recommendations. Affordable housing, I go through and I read plans and I read policies, and I see some of them are window dressing. It looks great, it feels great, but it's really not working. So, and what we need to make sure is that we're looking at both regulatory and non-regulatory strategies. Regulatory clearly have to follow North Carolina state statutes. But what are some of those potential non-regulatory creative options that are out there that we can utilize? And then find those partnerships that will allow us to move forward. That's another key component. And then looking at both rental and ownership opportunity recommendations, because you really do have two categories. Again, I think this is going to probably start in the spring selection process. It just really depends on your respondents. And then depending on that process, bringing them into interview, when they can get flights here often. So, but I think spring, it could be a little sooner, but at this point, I'm going to stick with spring at this point. So now I'm going to turn it back over. If you have any questions about the approach that we are taking to proceed forward with this opportunity. So I'll make these hands first, so.
I never read the bag. Thank you, Courtney. I love this approach. I like the creativity of having the planning board join us. That will be a more robust discussion, I think. I was just curious as to how this approach is aligning with the Wake County plan and where there might be some touch points. I would ask the council to start thinking about affordable housing and possibly looking at the Wake County plan. So we might need a little bit of help, we don't have every type of housing capability in Morrisville, but there might be certain ones that the study shows to us, but just to start having the language and the definition of, our medium income and what are the 40% and 60%, and different definitions so that we can start having that dialogue.
So there are certain specific, but kind of answer two questions. So one, when it comes to the definition of affordable housing, if we're going to use Wake County funds, we have to use the Wake County definition. because they're following the HUD regs, and so it is a countywide thing. I could easily have the county come, present information or something along those lines to kind of bring y'all up to speed to where the plan is and some highlights and potential opportunities. I've actually asked Wake County staff, the person who specializes in housing there, to participate in our stakeholder interviews in the process. And really they're going to be one of the stakeholder interviews, the vulnerable populations. They're going to be involved in that conversation as well. So they are going to be folded into, and while I didn't touch on the partnerships I talked about, some of those partnerships are going to include them. How are you going to be able to use their services? I mean, yes, they've earmarked money for TOD, but that can't be it. It buys an acre and a half. Is really probably what they earmarked. So what are some other opportunities? I mean, I certainly, when I see little parcels come on that I think I can maybe put a couple of homes in, I've been calling them and giving them information to them. So really not that dissimilar to probably what I do with the school system. When I see something that I think may work, I call them. May not yield any result, but it's keeping our communication lines open at the very least, and knowing that, there is an important relationship there that I don't want to lose. So I think if the council's agreeable and the manager's agreeable, we could definitely have a short presentation going over what the definitions are, because they're long. I mean, it's in order for you to be able to get your HUD funding and your subsidies, everybody's following the same rules. So, I mean, that would be an easy thing that we can do, is to bring that in. You're also, as part of your presentation, once we select a consultant, it's going to be a part of that as well. But that's something Martha and I can talk about on how best to get that information and fold it in.
I just think it is an overwhelming amount of information. For me, it took months and months. So some of just starting the dialogue and introducing the definitions and stuff might be helpful, because we are going to need to build that over time. I can't do it in an evening. I think it'd be kind of difficult to have a discussion just one shot.
Yeah, there definitely needs to be the Affordable Housing 101. Michael actually had his hand up next, then I'm going to go to Liz, and then I go to the mayor. Does that work?
Sure. Thank you. So you think we'll start maybe in the spring and it will last a year, you think? Or
we're asking them to propose timelines, and I'm hoping it's less than a year. And part of it is we have, community survey has feedback. There's Wake County's received feedback. We have feedback through the land use plan.
Just timeline. That's fine. That works great. But we just throw it out there. But there are companies that do this, that have done this all over Wake County, from Habitat for Humanity to DHIC, for instance. So, is there any thought beforehand to bring them in and ask their expertise as part of the stakeholder, or maybe talking with them and saying, if the town had 5 acres, what would you be willing to do with it? Stuff like that, a request for proposal?
We've done that with them. I've met with Greg Warren multiple times in the past.
And we have a meeting set up.
And we have a meeting set up to meet them again.
We've also talked to Habitat for Humanity and have contacts there to look at all options that are available to us.
If they had 5 acres, what could they do? Because I'm not interested really onesies and twosies. I'm more interested in kind of like, from my perspective.
And those are the things that we're going to find out of here. So,
because we've been trying the onesies and twosies, it still hasn't panned out. Now we're going to delay this another year, or
if we need to find strategies in our targets. So right now, one person said, if we had Habitat come in and start building units, I think somebody would be like, that would be wonderful. We're helping to meet the need. We may have somebody else on the board that says, DHIC is the way to go. And have them, or somebody. So this will target specifically what are our needs. It will say clearly, these are our needs. And then we will, as a board, be able to target ways to do that. And then staff can start executing it.
Right, but Wake County's already kind of done that and identified that there's only so much we can do. Not too big, but it is in the plan. You can't do much.
Yeah, I've looked at theirs, and some of their suggestions we actually already do. So we allow accessory housing, we have higher densities, and it's not yielding a result. So for us, that became our window dressing, whether we intended it or not. And that's why this step is necessary, is because we have to, it's not, what we're doing, it's not working, but it's not yielding
great results. I mean, it's yielded 4 homes is what it's yielded.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to go in order of the hands that I saw, so Liz would be the next one.
I'll do that one.
So, there's a couple of things. I prefer, and I know words matter, definitions matter, I prefer workforce housing when we talk about this issue. Because there can be so many negative connotations around when you hear the words affordable housing. Not me, but others. So that's just and I don't know how that plays into all this, but
It's 2 different targets.
okay.
So I actually specifically talk to some people who, this is what they do for a living. I mean, they work for different jurisdictions around the country, building, affordable housing. So I reached out to some of them, and I said, what if our target was just workforce housing? And the response that we can do that, just know that you're not going to be eligible for a lot of HUD funding.
Got it.
Because you're not hitting the target populations. So he's like, then you're going to have to then evaluate how much money are you subsidizing without actually becoming your own. Since our jurisdiction probably can't become its own affordable housing kind of entity that you see, say, in Raleigh.
That's very helpful.
So that's the downside. I mean, you can decide out of this that we want workforce housing. I mean, you can even target you want certain populations, just knowing that you're removing some eligible funding. And that's what some of the solutions out of this plan will really identify. If this is your group,
Yep.
this is your strategy for that particular group then.
Okay, that's very helpful, Courtney. Thank you. The other thing I would say is we're going through this process. We do have 4 Habitat for Humanity homes in Morrisville that have been incredibly successful. So I would highlight that as we're going forward in this too, to make sure that our community knows they've been here for I don't even know how many years, and I helped build a staircase, so I'm hoping it's still working. Yes, well, Courtney she'll have to, it's down off of Fairview.
Yeah, it's 4 homes, and oddly enough, before, they've been around long enough, it's when we actually had town center design guidelines, before legislators took away our ability to regulate the way housing looks, and they were actually able to still, within the framework of their model and their cost, modify them to meet those regs. So it was really interesting working with them through that process.
They're very nice. They're beautiful homes too, and fabulous families. I don't know if the same family's in there today, but anyhow. So I would let's not lose that in this whole conversation and highlight that. And then the last thing I would say, the idea of the stakeholders and making sure we survey or get input from you said vulnerable populations, but I think more of the populations that will benefit the most from this. I think that's critically important because I think it's probably safe to say everybody in here is not afflicted with this issue. And so it is really important when you're setting policy that you hear from those that are going to benefit the most and make sure that we're doing the right things for this community that we're going to identify. That is really critical.
And the interesting is, I think a lot of times you know people who are afflicted, but you don't realize it. And in one of those examples, it's how things kind of circle and how you run into people. Is I'm actually working with someone on a personal basis, but she is the aunt who has guardianship of 2 children who happen to be my kid's age, and she's a TA, in Wake County Public School System. Happens now. She actually was my kid's preschool teacher. Happened to end up now being a TA at the elementary school, where I had 2 children that she now, and she point blank wants to buy a house. She's like, I just want a tiny little townhome in your neighborhood so my kids can grow up with the friends that they're going to school with now. She's like, but let's be honest, how much do you have any idea how I can put any help out there? So Raleigh has a program that actually is tied to DHIC. So sending. So there's people that you may not even realize that have desires. She's renting currently in our community, wants to live in our community, but needs down payment assistance. And she's done the numbers. She's like, I think my payment will be less than my mortgage is. But flip side to that is she's like, I don't make a whole lot. She's like, but I have to give up my job if I want services. And so there's a lot of people that are in that boat right there that I don't think we realize that are providing and helping us in ways every single day.
And if that ends up being our target group, which is workforce housing, that could be the group. I mean, there are people out there that want to live and play and stay, but you can't necessarily do that. So I'm going to turn it over, unless you have any more questions.
Sorry.
It's the mayor, and then it's going to be you. I'm going in magical order. Okay.
Sorry. She's got it. You said, if workforce, you said target audiences. We can target multiple audiences, right? We don't have to just identify one?
Yeah, so the original plan will come up with all the different options that you have, and then we can decide how we target. You can target our 5-year goal is this, our 7-year goal is this, our 10-year goal is this. There's a lot of different ways that we can strategize, and we'll find that post-needs assessment.
So a lot of us have seen some presentations, but I really appreciate getting a copy of the Wake County plan and maybe some guidance about where to start. Is it just read chapter 1 at the end, or just read chapter 1, and then this area might be best for us?
They have an executive summary. Honestly, that is the place to start.
Right.
And I can make sure that I send a hyperlink to each one of you to get to that, if that's helpful. Or I can print a copy out if you prefer. I'm sorry?
I'd also like a hard copy too.
Then I'll print out hard copies and leave them in your boxes.
I don't want
No? Okay, who wants a hard copy?
I don't need one.
The mayor wants a hard copy, everybody else
I'm
needs
no
a
longer green apparently. That's fine.
electronic.
As part of the demographics, you mentioned housing types, owner, rental. That'll also include housing prices, right? Because that's like, okay, I'm just making sure I understood where we're going. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
It's going to be Steve, and then I'll go over to you, Satish, and then I guess you're last.
Just in terms of groups that we would want to include, I would also like us to see, as we look at affordable housing, like Operation Coming Home. There have been some examples in Nightdale and other Wake County cities of welcoming home veterans, and we've got 2 veterans on our council, so I think that, I just can't think of a better place to welcome back a veteran with a home and to do it in Morrisville. So that would work with both of you, before you guys to explore that, just because, so I mean, it's just an idea I want to throw out there.
And that's it. So that's not just the only one. There's actually, so that's on our list. There's actually a builder now that wants to build affordable housing, and it's for senior, for the LBGT community. So there's actually somebody who has it, and they want to target senior. So, and that's a vulnerable population too. And you got to think kids. Kids are a vulnerable population. So there's lots of different things. I mean, I know our minds go one particular direction, but there's a lot of populations out there.
And I've had families of veterans email me just recently saying that, they're looking for places to live, and they can't find an affordable place because they go to Preston Point, it's so expensive, and it's not right. I mean, but we can fix that, because no veteran we should be reading them back and giving them, lowering the price for those, so that's something we should work on.
And we'll find that one of the challenges too is, in order to receive, so you have the senior living facility that's DHIC, constructed right there on Davis Drive. When we work with DHIC trying to find sites, one of the challenges, in order to receive credits, you really have to have 100% of all the points that you're eligible to receive. There's not a lot of parcels left that have a grocery store within a mile. So there's not, and oddly enough, so there's some challenges in our area, because while there's a ton of grocery stores, where are they all located? On Davis Drive. So getting to the mile point's difficult. Even our town center itself is technically more than a mile from a grocery store. So that's just kind of those little things that I know I wasn't aware of until I started to read a little bit more.
Okay. For me, like Triangle Cog is also Aspen. I think she's a very good resource. When I talked to her several times, and she said the Duke Tower that they're building, I think, or the Chapel Hill, one of the buildings that it is, it's marked only for students as a part of the affordable living. So these are several ways that you can box it into the kind of people who are coming into those kind of things. So said that, I'm struggling in one way. Can we get examples like what Michael said? Okay, say 5 acres, or give us examples of what projects, like 5 or 6 different varieties. Okay, project A was done in Durham. and the city council basically gave this, and this was the outcome. So workforce housing, this is an example. This is what the town did, and this is what DHIC did. Those kind of things. So at least for me, when I start reading that context, everything kind of falls in place.
And there's so many different examples. So there's an example actually in Charlotte. So there's a stop along the rail line. The area is blighted. It's a church. It's been there for a very long time. It's an African American church. It's been there for a long period of time. They had extra land. And they had this aha moment. Light rail, land, light, people to come to our church. And so they are actually becoming affordable housing builders. So they're taking their land that they could have easily have sold off, but they're now like, great. So now we're feeding back into ourselves. There's models actually in Raleigh that are actually part of a group that is working with religious institutions. And they're finding that their populations and their religious institutions are dying, so they don't need the land, but then how can they take that land? And they said that, that people are then donating. So even these people, even though they have these small little populations within their walls of their religious institution, are donating money to help this. There's some that are actually providing child care services now. And this is actually in Cary. They're redoing like a basement to turn it into, and they're going through the process to provide subsidized child care. And they didn't even realize there was a need. Like if you look at the homes around there, you would have no idea. But they found that they were doing the Backpack Buddies program basically during the non-school year. And we're going out, and they're like, well, where do you live? And they realized it was all around them. So for them, it was also eye-opening, taking, I would say, the old model. If you really want to get back down to some needs services before they were government-based, there are some religious institution-based ones. That's one that's out there now. In Raleigh, they're working on one that involves YMCA as well. So there's new approaches to yield better results is what we're beginning to see a lot of, and they're all beginning to come online.
No, those are great examples, but I wanted more from a city point of view. Like you gave the Charlotte example. So what did the town or the city of Charlotte do to make that happen? So more on the back end, we are seeing the results. So we are trying to work on a policy, but how did we achieve? We can use all the examples, but if the city of Charlotte said, okay, we'll give you $2 million to that church, okay, do it. It's a different thing, Those kind of things I'm looking at, what we can expect in the future.
And we're seeing it different ways. Some's money, and some is changing the zoning framework to facilitate it. There's going to be a little bit of both. I'm going to say it's like in-kind time with staff to allow it, but some of them are providing funds, but they can provide funds because they're HUD entities, which we are not. We're part of a consortium, so we're part of Wayne County's consortium. So really, Raleigh has their own funding mechanism, as does Cary. Outside of that, everybody else is part of Wayne County's. So that is going to be one of the key takeaways from here: is how do we utilize the $5 million in funds that they have allocated every single year for the next several years.
It's part of the taxes also, about a 1 penny or something when Durham is doing that something.
Right. But the sooner we can get our machinery and everything aligned, the more we can take advantage of the Wake County, program. I don't want to be last if we can help.
And this will not allow us not to be last. Okay.
So, I guess more maybe a statement and an idea, and then I have another one. But the first one is, part of the problem, I think, with affordable housing, unless we're going to get some mega dollars in grants, is the cost of the land. And then what developer can afford to pay for the land and then build houses that are going to be affordable and make it worth their while, unless they were just doing it as a gratuitous gesture, a humanitarian gesture. But, then I started thinking, and Michael and I kind of talked about it a little bit, we have this whole downtown area that we already own outright. We have a library there. We potentially have a light rail coming in right across the street, basically, that's going to have a lot of these little amenity stores. And if we were really, really committed to affordable housing, we could do the commercial stores and things, put affordable housing. In my mind, I'm thinking of like that row of townhomes that the developer had kind of put in place. But you could do some 2-story, some 1-story townhomes. We could donate the land as a town so that the developer didn't have the cost of the land. Then it's just the cost of the housing, which would be a tremendous reduction for them. And then it would incorporate everything we want. So that's just an idea. And then the other thing I was thinking, which was interesting, talking about the teaching assistant, we talk about other people who can't afford to live whatever. The mayor and I were talking last night at dinner about Duke is going to a living wage of $15 an hour. As a town, do we want to change the minimum wage of our employees? I don't know what it is, maybe it already exceeds it, but would we want to change the minimum wage of the town to $15 an hour? Then we're doing our part as a town to at least try to help break that gap, because I think what you were saying with the teacher's assistant is it's a donut hole. It's like the Medicare donut hole for prescriptions. Make too much money to get this, and you'd almost be better off going on public assistance than to do it. So you're stuck. You don't make enough money to be able to buy something, and you make too much to get any help. So I just threw that out there as an idea too. Is it would it, in this whole affordability and living connected, we have live, work, play. It really right now it's kind of like you can either live or work or play in Morrisville, but you can't hardly live and work.
Yeah, I think for me, it's having the ability for anybody who works here that wants to live here to have that ability. And you recognize not everybody is going to want to. They have their little place and they love it. Mm-hmm. They have their location that they love it. So you're not going to impact it, but there's just them necessarily. But you want them to have that opportunity if they choose to. I mean, reality is 4% of the people who live in Morrisville work in Morrisville. 4%. So why are our roads so horrible? Because 4% of the people who live. So that how many people are leaving? We're putting an extra 30,000, I think it was, cars on the road today, just so people can go back and forth. And you looked at all the modeling. Why is 54 a nightmare? The model said 54 is a nightmare because people are going to Perimeter Park. To great offices, great jobs. But if you looked some of the modeling where people are killing off 40, they were going into RTP and the 40. You look, barely anybody was going north and hopping on 540. They were ending their destination in Perimeter Park. So how many of those people can you capture? Now, I realize a portion of that is going straight up Davis to RTP, and we're never going to have a higher. If there was some ideal number, I think it's being impossible to achieve simply because of that fact. But there's economic benefits. It was years ago, I was reading when Briar Creek first opened, that they were having a hard time obtaining and retaining. So 2 problems, obtaining and then retaining good employees. It's because there's no public transportation to work all those retail sector jobs. And so once you had transportation, I think Go Durham was there as well as, because it was DAT at the time, as well as Raleigh. I forget if it was a CAT at the time or something like that. They put stops there. And suddenly they were able to obtain and retain. And it yielded a better success. So we need to think about what's happening along airport. How many hotels are how many hotels are currently in review or under construction in our department? Park West. Who's working there? Those are service sector jobs that cannot afford, if it's a single income, to live in Morrisville. So those are the people that you have to think about. We need to have that opportunity if they choose to live here, that they can live here. Yes?
I have a governance question. You talked about bringing the advisory board in with the elected officials. Do you all have, my experience working with another municipality was real tension between the planning and the zoning folks and the elected officials because there wasn't clarity about who was going to make the decisions. Planning and zoning folks felt like they had done a lot of work and they handed this stuff over to the elected officials who they felt disregarded what they said. So I'm bringing this forward since we've just been talking about conflict is about thwarted expectations. what do you see as their role? And is it advisory? I mean, who, are you going to list, are you going to make decisions based on it? Who, do they have a vote? Or do you already have all this worked out?
So, per our legal framework within our UDO, it is the Planning and Zoning Board's role to provide recommendations.
But people often get confused because they think, oh, wait a minute, I've done all this work. I know.
You know, and I will say, so they do provide their recommendations, and for most recommendations that then head to this council, they're fairly aligned with what the action. It's not always. Some of it's because it's new information that wasn't necessarily available, but there's fairly decent alliance between staff recommendation, Planning and Zoning Board, and Town Council.
I'm not personally concerned, I think it's going to be fine.
Okay. Sorry to interject.
Sorry.
I'm not sorry.
But it's a risk you raise, so that you want to be mindful of that.
Yeah.
And I'm, from where I sit, yes, you're right, it is a risk, but I also see some great benefits. And I am willing, I mean, I guess, you know, it's one of those things, is the risk worth the benefit? I'm pretty sure with these two groups that it probably will be.
As long as it's defined and people are clear about what their role is.
Concur.
So, again, going back, and I'm not sorry to say that, is it really necessary to pay a consultant to tell us that we need affordable housing?
I think in this instance, for us to come in a line and define what we want, yes it is. I mean, you know, I mean, if DHIC walked in today and said, hey, Courtney, here's a piece of property, we're working on it, would we allow it? Absolutely. But we need to figure it out. I mean, is that the route we want to go? Is just we have private entities and just let that process go? I mean, that could be an outcome. It could be that we purchase land and then we figure out creative ways to dispose of land to then, you know, as you suggest, I mean, the land is a barrier here. I mean, it's probably the biggest barrier.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess what I'm saying is if it's going to take a year,
I don't think it's going to take a year.
Or if it's going to take 6 months for someone to come back and say, you know, the only way to make this work is if the town subsidizes the land. I'm going to be upset because I would say, well, damn, I said that 6 months ago.
But the question is,
so
how do
what
we
is it?
dispose of it? So part of the challenge is, and I think we've kind of touched on this before, is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Frank, but my understanding is because we're not a HUD entity, we can't just dispose of land the way others can. So, you know, part of the thing is, you know,
When you say dispose of, does that mean donate?
Well,
Or
I
sell,
think she's
or-
really tying it more into the grant programs. If you're trying to be, if your program would be relying on federal funding, then we are not a direct entity that can receive federal funding. We have to be part of the Wake County package.
Gotcha.
If you want to do something on your own, fund it with your own money, you know, then we could chart our own course.
Or sell somebody land.
But it would be more expensive,
You
obviously.
could sell to
We
them.
could,
Right.
yeah, we could
Right.
sell it for
Whatever you wanted.
$50, sell them 10 acres and build.
Yeah.
So, and
60
that's part of the
houses.
challenge, is, you know, we have a framework of when we dispose of land that we have to follow. And so, making sure, so part of it is there ways to trade land with the county? I mean, there's things, and those are some of those, you know, I said we're gonna have our traditional and our non-traditional options. So some of those ones, but you're gonna have to make a decision. It may be that they're gonna come with a recommendation that you're gonna have to subsidize a year to this program. And there aren't any experts on the staff that can identify what those funds are. So, but I think it's going to be, just because you have the Wake County one that we're building off of, to really still allow everybody to be on the same page with the direction we're going. This is our 5-year goal, this is our 7-year goal, this is our 10-year goal. I think it's going to be important.
Just $50,000 or $100,000 is a lot of money for, I don't know.
I'll be able to talk to you offline about it.
So, I think both of what your suggestions are great. And I know that I more than probably anybody want this to be moving forward like tomorrow. But affordable housing is a very complicated issue. And for Morrisville, we don't have a lot of funding or grant opportunities because of our makeup of our town, and we really need to understand where we are today. Where are the gaps? What is our naturally occurring affordable housing? Where is there vacant land that would be developable and suitable for affordable housing? What are land prices? There's just so many factors. I think the study is going to help us understand how Morrisville fits into the picture. We are different than here. We are different than Raleigh. We don't have the same access to funding that they do. Are we most similar to Wendell, Nightdale? I don't know. But, you know, I just think that we need to ask questions of Courtney about potential solutions, but we also need to kind of find that more, you know, consultant view of where we fit into the big picture.
It will allow us, yeah, and once we come with these defined rules, I mean, I know I probably said this a lot. My job is whatever rules you establish, I then make sure those rules are followed, and I make sure the action takes place. I'm afraid if I asked all 70 of you what you wanted with this particular topic, I may get a very, very much different answer. And that then makes my job more difficult. You know, I can say, great, I have habitat, I found them a spot, they're going to build 2 homes. I can check the box, and I may make 5 of you happy, and I make 2 of you very angry. You know, because I didn't really accomplish, you know, I missed a target that somebody wanted. So this is really that opportunity to do it right. I'm not an affordable housing expert. It's not the portion of planning that I went to college for, and I'll admit it. And there is no expert on our staff. I know the basics. I definitely reach out to colleagues who it's 100% what they do for a living, and have been doing it for years, and they can give me some great advice. And then I want something that's real, because I think we do have window dressing here now. I mean, you know, when it's like, you know, what do you allow this? They're like, oh, you do all this and it's not working? I'm like, that's correct. You know, how many accessory dwelling units have been built since we allowed it town-wide? 1, and it was her mother-in-law suite in the basement that I'm aware of.
In the basement.
In the basement. It was a mother-in-law suite. You know, so it really wasn't, Savannah, I'm going to, you know, build on an addition on top of my detached garage and turn it, and then I'm going to subsidize it myself. You know, I'm going to charge somebody $300 a month to live there. You know, we haven't seen any ADUs, which is a model that's being used where real estate's extremely expensive. It's in San Francisco, LA, and lots of Seattle, Denver. It's a model used a lot of places. You know, we allow it, 0 traction. Raleigh tried to allow it, didn't work out so well.
So say it one more time, what we allow?
Accessory dwelling units. So for example, where you live, I don't know if you, I guess all y'all's garages there are attached, but if you wanted to convert anything above your garage into an apartment, you have the ability to do that, and you have the ability to rent it out. You know, people can make conscious decisions that they're going to build an ADU for lower and rent it out at a lower rate if they wanted to do that.
So I wonder though, how much of that really is related to HOAs? All our neighborhoods have HOAs. I'll tell you, in my neighborhood, we're not allowed to do something like that. We wouldn't be allowed
Does the
to.
town supersede HOAs?
So, town does not supersede HOAs. Our regulations are very different. So for example, you know, we allow solar panels in lots of different ways. I know certain HOAs in the area do not allow solar panels. You know, you can't see them from the front of the house. Well, if the front of your house happens to be, you know, from the road on the south side where you're getting the most sun, now does it make sense to put it on the north side where it's not going to get as much sun? So, you know, whether or not HOAs enforce it is a completely different rule. I know there's been lawsuits that have failed in the area, do some HOA enforcement, but of course they've overturned because they went too far. But there are separate regs we just don't play with as a general rule.
Check your HOA regs. You might be able to do it.
So like anyone wants to bypass the plan, I like the fact that if it happens organically, which hasn't much, the staff is already talking to people about letting that happen, if possible. But I kind of think that if we are intentional about it and we're going to actually use taxpayer dollars to do it, I think having a consultant study will really help us to be able to promote it and actually ask the taxpayers to pay for it. So I know it'd be nicer to do it sooner, but I'm a little leery of doing something that might not be the best path forward and the best efficient use of our resources.
I'm happy to spend the money as long as we actually do something with it at the end. I hate to spend the money and then it just be one of those things that we did. And then 3 years later, we're going, oh, remember we did that? You know what, we need that
And
updated
that
study.
would be an urban planning fail. So if it were passed, and I did not then in a budget cycle ask for funds, I failed. I mean, I failed the community and I failed y'all. Now, if I bring it to you and you opt not to include that in the budget, I still did my job from where I stand. But it's a tool to allow y'all to make solid decisions.
And I was referring not necessarily to you, Cory, but just for us in general, that we have good ideas and it seems exciting, and then we've all collectively talked about affordable housing, and then we stop talking about it, and then it comes up again, and then we don't. So
yeah,
I just
there was
hate
the
spending money
momentum
and then
coming
it
out.
not turning into something.
Yeah, there was a momentum coming out of the last retreat, and there was funding allocated for this purpose. It was really a staffing issue until we got those positions filled, one fully up to speed.
Yep.
Then it then allows us to start moving and delegating certain things around, but this should do moving forward at this point. So any other questions? Okay. Public transportation. Just so you know, I'm going to go into two different things. One, give you an update of where we are with our Morrisville public transportation study. And the other is I've been asked questions. It was one of the CPT work sessions about some cost. So we have some preliminary costs that we can bring back to you of what's happening in RTP as well as the new new Weston Parkway route. So the Morrisville public transportation study. So there's going to be a fairly significant public engagement component to this one, simply because everything that we've done to date hasn't really captured the information that we need for this one. So there's going to be a public involvement plan. We've already been working with Kathy, so her team will be involved with that as well. But it will come up with a project brand, a project website, and there'll be a fair amount of social media. So that's really a collaborative approach between the selected consultant, our communication staff, and then planning is going to be a little bit less in the spotlight on this one. And we're going to train a lot over to those two entities to get this information out there. There's going to be an interactive web-based survey. And really the purpose of this survey is to educate the community on how transit works, and then let them kind of build their own service. If I could build a bus stop, where would I build it? And they're going to give them a finite amount of money to do it, and they're going to have to learn there's trade-offs. But you can't have it all. And so that's going to be the system survey that we'll be able to push out through social media on a town-wide basis. We are then going to have a joint town council planning and zoning board workshop. We're basically going to take that same interactive survey and turn it. How many of y'all have done Budgetopia?
Budgetopolis?
Or Budgetopolis, that's what it is, yeah. So, figured all y'all are going to raise your hand. Same kind of concept. You have a finite amount of money, and you get to build your transit system. And you're going to have give and take in amongst your groups to figure out the way this is going to go. So that's going to be another little fun workshop for the group. And then we're going to have what we're calling our pop-up outreach events. Those are the ones where we go to the HOAs, we go to East Meets West. We're going to attend different things and obtain information that way. And last, we're going to have a service scenario workshop, and this is really pulling in Campo and Go Triangle and all those different entities that really deal with some of the transit services. And we're going to do a scenario workshop with them as well. Then we're going to move on to our needs assessment. So we're going to take a look at all existing data and plans. This includes the Wake County Transit Plan. There's a kind of a Western Wake study as well. They're actually going to review a lot of our information in our land use plan because it's going to tell a lot of information that feeds into where we're going potentially as well. There's going to be a specific transit market analysis. So there's a transit propensity map. This actually is going to use the 2015 census data from our special census. And really it's looking at origin destination information, which basically, if I leave this point, where am I going? And then we're going to get into our major activity centers map. That specifically is where are our activity centers. So Perimeter Park is really an activity center. Parkless Village is an activity center. So we have existing. Where are our new ones? Do we have any that are kind of existing now that may be dying down, that we see redevelopment? And just figure out, where those most people are potentially going or living so we can find more information about potential best service locations. And then taking all that and performing a SWOT analysis, to really figure out all that information, what are our strengths and our weaknesses. Then we're going to look into our modes of delivery service. The particular consultant, one of the things that we did like about them is Morrisville small, population's not huge, but they didn't have any fixed idea of what was most appropriate for Morrisville. So take a look at all of your options. They said, look at fixed route. That is, I walk to the stop, bus travels in the same route. You don't have to loop, it's kind of a fixed route. A demand response. A demand response is the one where I call it. You tend to see that with 88 services. They pick you up, take you to your location, you call them again, and they return you. You have van pools, so there's lots of van pools throughout the area now. There's one that actually meets, unfortunately doesn't come, I've looked, but there's one that meets at North Wake, which is right by my house. They park in the parking lot there, and they hand it over to RTI and RTP. So what services do we have like that? And then take a look at just kind of transit network companies, Uber and Lyft. There's Uber Pool that's used in a lot of places, and things along those lines. Is there any other emerging technologies that we haven't really thought about that could potentially be options? And then taking a look at our service delivery evaluation is they're going to take a look at peer municipalities, and peer not just locally, but peer across the country. Who else kind of looks like us? What is their service? How is it working? How is it not working? And what lessons can be learned that they could apply here? And then taking a look at Go Cary, Go Raleigh, and Go Triangle, because those really are the three service providers that could potentially or are already coming to Morrisville. And then we're going to have a summary of those benefits and challenges with the different options that they found. Moving on to the next one is developing a service operations and financial plan. And they're going to come back with service recommendations and then present these to the Planning and Zoning Board and Town Council for a joint session. Basically, there's going to be 3 scenarios most likely they're going to present. And they're going to ask for guidance on which ones do you think are probably the best way to go. And from that, they're then going to build a framework from where we're going to go, and then a financial plan that goes along with that. And lastly, after they've developed that detailed financial plan, they're also going to come through with some different options of how do you monitor the programs to see if they're working or not working. We're starting this project. We actually have meetings already scheduled in February, even though we have to sign our contract, holding placeholders, but I have every anticipation that it will be signed probably next week. And then I'll turn it back over for questions and comments on this one, or I can go through the cost of the other 2 and then come back and take comments on both. It's just your preference.
I have a question about the methods and models of delivery service and how, since Morrisville doesn't truly have service today, I mean, we might have 1 stop, maybe 2. How do we assess that, hypothetically, because there is no real baseline data? And is there data available via Uber and Lyft? Would they sell us their, frequency, de-identified information, of course, but.
I don't know. I'll probably have to get more information, but those are just much more detailed than I probably know at this point.
I want to be, this to be as useful as it can be for the town.
I'll have to get back to you with that. Part of it, we do have a meeting scheduled with the consultant
and there's
in a few weeks, and I'll be able to ask some of those questions then.
There's also, I believe, a Wake County demand response bus that I don't even know if anyone in our town takes advantage of, but it's quite a long queue, and it's kind of for medical service, office visits, that kind of a certain sector of our population can take advantage of it. it
And
isn't
they do,
dated there.
actually.
Yeah.
So we used to qualify it as non-urban, so then they redefined what non-urban was. So it could be both, those disabled and non-disabled have the ability to use it. Now it's those who qualify for certain medical programs have the ability to use it and do use it. But it's a heavily burdened system.
Right.
And the response times and rides can be pretty long, from my understanding.
It
That's
just
what
might be another way of getting a little bit more signal of the demand. But there's probably a lot of unmet demand that's hidden that we won't even be able to see.
Right. And those are what that's part of some of their background when they look, is, what are the ridership numbers? What we don't have the advantage of here is if we had a true program, we could interview a lot of the passengers. We're not going to get a lot of valuable data if we tried doing that because there's such limited service. I can tell you, I see more and more people using the London Airport every morning. I'm amazed. The bus, I get stuck behind it occasionally. But there are a lot of people who are getting it going to work. I mean, they're clearly working along Amtrak based off the uniforms I see them wearing. So it is being utilized, but I don't know if the frequency's right, or anything along those lines. But I'll ask those questions and we can get you some of those answers. But y'all all kind of raised them simultaneously. I'm going to go I'm going to go clockwise this time. So I'm going to make Michael, and next I'm going to go counterclockwise just for the funsies of it. So.
Thank you. You think this will last a year or two? So we'll see it next February?
No, you will see it this fall. It's about an 8-month timeline, 7 month. We asked if it could be shortened even more, but the quality started to degrade at that point. They said 7 months is about the timeline.
Are they going to weigh the costs and benefits of, Wake County offering Wake County money to run a bus service, which
that
we
is
already know?
all part of the model and the different financing options, yes.
So we'll get all those costs and everything?
Yes, they're going to prepare costs. So they're going to prepare different potential options, the actual cost, and then you're going from those. Once you choose which one you potentially want, is how you will finance it. And the different financing models.
Can we feel comfortable that that's what is, those costs would be there, or would they change? Like, let's say we decide to go to Cary, ask Cary to extend, which is part of it, but, okay, that's all. And that can be an answer when this comes due, but just to make sure that, I'd rather have accurate costs than.
So basically, if the costs are X now, what's the multiplier that has to be applied to it that we know that it would be a realistic
And
number
what's the kind of
extra
contract they're looking at to be able to do that? Could they do it for a year, or could we change it?
And part of the was to come in increments as part of it. So until we really start sit down and doing more, unfortunately, that's about all the information I probably have at this point. But there'll be more information to come. Yes.
One thing I'd like to see at the DOT summit 2 weeks ago, they talked a lot about, Uber was one of the presenters, and they talked about creative models with local governments, with cities, just in terms of, coming in as a partner with, Uber Lyft or Uber or Pool, and just getting more people to use Uber, which, I think any kind of study that we could show, addressing a lot of the concerns from most citizens about traffic and congestion, maybe studies could just show, how many cars we could take off the road to, address, congestion. I just think that's great. I was very pleased when I saw that on there.
Yeah. And you missed yesterday, but I talked about streetlight data. So streetlight data is, remember through the transportation plan, we use the regional model. It's regional. So it's really saying if people are coming from this portion of town, their destination is in this portion of the town. It doesn't do very well of who turned up Town Hall Drive, and then who turned up McCrimmon. So it's kind of these big points. So streetlight data will be a component of this. And it's, remember, I mentioned origin destination, basically where am I starting, where am I ending, and how I'm getting there through census data. We're going to add another layer that was streetlight. And streetlight basically takes GPS data from cell towers.
Yeah.
So there's different models that you can, different, I guess, I'm trying to think about, you have different versions you can purchase. The one we're looking at actually does have the origin destination in it. for vehicles.
Okay, that's great.
So they actually have one that goes all the way up to pedestrians and cyclists.
I think the other point, and the final point, is that I think any kind of transportation study also is connected to our land use planning. I mean, I think there's a connection between it,
Correct.
you know, and density, we're talking about affordable housing, so what decisions would enable us, maybe the study would come back to us and guide the council in terms of the types of land use decisions and, you know, whether that decision would enable more public transportation. And if you have more public transportation, then you take cars off the road. So I'm just trying to give us more options, because typically the option is, let's add more connections, widen roads, and that may necessarily.
So you find density, say I have a bus line that runs in the hour, as your densities go up, your timelines go down. So it's instead of it's a 15-minute route or 30-minute route. So the more riders you have, the better frequency of service and the more services that can be provided. I mean, that's just, almost logic can tell you that without any particular study. But they are going to look at the activity centers, what's to come. You know, they're going to take, for example, the Shiloh area, where Sam's Club is. Can't talk about what's the Sam's Club, but that it will be redeveloped. They can we can tell them some of the redevelopment information. We can talk about the apartments going online there. We can talk about the hotels that are coming online there. And then they can start using that to build up the data set, which then will help with some of the origin destination information as well. Because obviously hotels, where are they going to? Hotel is one of those locations. Most of our hotels actually can reduce their parking because of the ridership coming out of the airport. I've asked for some of their logs in the past, and they will give me specific logs on what their occupancy rates are and the number of riders that they have. It's completely different on weekends than it is on during the week, non-surprisingly. Just really interesting. You can use some of that, which is always beneficial to this as well. Okay. So I'm watching the time. Yes, it is 4:30. We still have a meaty item to go. So moving along. Any other questions? Yes.
So the only, the study, I'm on board 100%. I think it's going to be a challenge, or it is a challenge to get robust and helpful public input and engagement. We need to differentiate this plan versus all the Wake County plans or input sessions that, Wake County has asked for the public to come in and input on at so many different times in the last 2 years that I will tell you the last time we had, and I said it to somebody, I don't know if I said to Martha, Ben, the public was like, why do I need to come and give you my input again on the Wake County plan? I already gave you my input, and I don't see anything happening. So I just say all that because we need to differentiate this public input process and somehow make sure, this is probably a Kathy issue question, make sure the public knows this is us now.
Well, that's when we talked about the branding, and everything we did would have a more specific brand on it for that purpose of trying to, one, differentiate ourselves, but two, reinforce ourselves that this is what this is about.
This one, not that the Wake County input sessions and all that they did, wasn't important. That was important, clearly, but this is really important.
Participation fatigue is a real thing.
Right, yeah, no, seriously, and seeing no change. It's kind of like, you're going to ask me again for something, why? So anyhow, that is a kind of fatigue. Good one. Did I jump it down?
No, you're right. So for me, this thing is, I'm just thinking back of my mind, I took public transportation all my life, I finished my engineering, come with the city with 20 million and 10 million travel each day out of that, and the population of North Carolina is only 10 million. Said that, we want to, the system works when you have a lot of ridership, when we are connected to a part of a larger network, and because Vicky brought up the Uber and the other ridership is good data, but also we got to see who are the new people who will take if the service is given. But information that I don't know how these guys will capture, I'm more skeptical about is if we say in this room, how many people will take, public transportation, everyone will raise their hand just by default. Then the second question, if I ask, there will be only 4 or 5 rides in a day, how many will take? It will cut down. And if I say like there are only 2 bus stops in Morrisville or 3 bus stops, you have to go there to pick it up, it'll come down lower. So that is the key, because the data that we are capturing, is it really a true data? Because based on that, you're putting our town's money to it. And then tomorrow, we did all this analysis based on this, and now no one is coming. So I want to make sure, I don't know how these guys capture the data, but it's true data, and not just, check boxes.
Gotcha. I can find out more how they do it. The firm that we're selecting, this is all they do. It's all transit. That's their thing. So it's not that we have somebody that writes land use plans, and transit is what they do, improving existing services, defining new services, etc. So they can probably answer that question better than I can. You want meaningful reel of who we are now and who we are in the future.
Do we have legislative authority to regulate Uber? I know some municipalities across the country do. Like they say you can't operate in our town. Is that something we have? Right.
Yes.
That is not. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the other two, give you some quick information so you can see some numbers. So the RTD service is actually a pilot program that they're currently subsidized. The wait time is approximately 15 to 30 minutes, just depending. It runs Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. with the last drop off at 6:30. And they have a specialized app. Basically, you're within this defined area. You hop on the app, and they'll pick you up and take you where you need to go. It's approximately $460,000 a year to operate. And that's using a model that came out of Go Triangle. They said that's approximately about how much they estimate it's costing. However, RTP, the program has not been as successful as they thought it was going to be. It's being used in ways that they didn't imagine it was going to be used as well. So what they're finding is people are buying the apartments, not that they've had apartments in RTP, or renting there, and using it to take them to their jobs and back and forth. And that's not what it was intended for. What it was intended for was, I work at RTI, and I want to go have lunch at such and such place that it takes me to my lunch and kind of brings me back. So they're finding that people are using it as their free transportation to and from, which I thought was ingenious, but that's not what they, which also tells me that if you offer it, people will take it. Mm-hmm. So I think there's some messages that can be received out of that. But really what they're looking to is potentially having another program, or maybe they subsidize Uber or subsidized list or something along those lines, start using it for pool. They're looking at potential other models. And then the new Weston Parkway service, it's fixed route. It is operated by Go Carry. There's 3 potential stop locations. So basically, they're all right near Park West Village. It's just kind of where you're kind of popping out. It's where they're generally located. It will run through that hour frequency, kind of during non-peak times, 30 minutes during peak times. The capital cost associated with this is over $1 million, and the annual cost is estimated to be over $800,000 to run that fixed route service. Those are some numbers for you that I just kind of wanted to give you an idea of how much it can cost. And those capital costs, when we glanced at it, it doesn't look like it included the actual bus itself. It was the right-of-way acquisition, easement acquisition, shelters, and installation and design and all that. And I suspect off that number it does not include buses, but I just kind of wanted to put there as a kind of little caveat. Those are more food for thought, but yes.
So it's informational that's happening already without us contributing?
Yes, that is the new one that they're adding. And it just happens to have 3 stops in Morrisville.
And that's through the half-cent sales tax under the county?
I'm not sure how Carrie is funding the service, so I don't want to speak to. It's just an expanded service that they're adding.
Can we find out? Because if they're doing it on their own dime, I think it'd be nice for us to thank them. If it's coming through the county, we can thank the county, because these are additional bus stops that we're going to benefit from.
Three potential, they haven't,
decided to do it?
Haven't finalized?
haven't finalized, it looks like there'll be three. So that's why I do have the word potential.
So it goes just from, it goes
This is a
west of
carry.
Parkway.
Yes, it
It
starts
goes up to
down
Harrison,
downtown.
And then comes down Harrison and becomes a loop, or reverts back to Park West Village.
Yeah, it starts downtown, it heads up, part of Cary Parkway, 254, goes down Weston, turns around, comes back down Weston.
Doesn't go down Harrison. Okay.
I don't want to say facts, it does, I just knew some of the real specifics. I can get the actual route though.
And just to clarify, these three potential stops in Morrisville, I think is the goal to get people to Park West Village. Is it? Yeah. It's not, it's for Gary residents to come to Park West Village more than it is for Morrisville residents.
Well, Morrisville residents, I mean, if
Good
I
news
worked
is
off
to go Gary.
Weston and I lived in Park West Village, I could ride it.
You're right.
So, I mean, there's benefits for all.
And Preston Point, you're right. No, yeah, you're right. No, and I'm not saying that's bad. To bring people to the shopping center is a good thing, to them. No.
Okay, I am going
But
to.
the bulk of the residents that could use public transportation are in the other parts of our town.
Right, so we're not serving.
The team, the people that would actually use it.
Well, we need to look at, maybe it was a park or something, but yeah.
We need to work with our time and get more seats at the table.
I'm going to turn it actually over to Michelle now. Some of the information in front of you is related to her. It's not the very large map that's stapled together, but just the one large map, as usual, draft plan that's related, as well as another sheet. I'm going to turn it over to her, and just time check wise for you, she probably has no more than 30 minutes. So we may not get to the last one, which is okay. But just going to do a quick time check. How do I advance the slides?
We need a subway.
Okay, so we wanted to circle back with all of you to talk a little bit more about undergrounding of existing overhead utility lines. I think the last time that we addressed this issue with you was back in the fall, when you passed two text amendments to the UDO. And the first one that is now effective really just bought us some time and gave staff the ability to grant more waivers to the code requirement to underground new development. The second ordinance is set to take effect on May 1st. We put a later date on it because I think we all knew that we needed some additional time to study, to discuss, evaluate, and expected that we'd probably be making some tweaks to that before it became effective, but wanted to be transparent and everyone know kind of where the end goal was. So we have been meeting with Duke over the past couple weeks or past few months, and we do have an update for you. And really three questions that we're looking for some guidance and direction from all of you on based on where we are on our discussions with them. And this is one of those issues that can become very complicated very quickly. There are a number of variables, so we are going to try and keep you up here, and we just have three yes/no questions. We're going to try and keep you to that yes/no on them if we can.
Good luck with that.
Aw, that's just a little timid. Yes or no?
So just to update you on where we are, one of the handouts that you have for you looks like the map there on the image, and it's a draft undergrounding plan that Duke Energy has put together. If you look at the map, all the red lines on the map are where our existing overhead lines are. All the blue lines are where their utilities are undergrounded. And then they have gone through, they haven't gotten through the whole town yet. You'll see there's some areas up by Airport Boulevard and some other areas that they haven't yet studied. But they've really begun to go through the town and look to see if we were going to underground, what segments could we do at one time so that they're not impacting the integrity of the system. So they're looking for those logical breaking points. There are 3 colors on the map. The green can be undergrounded, no problem. The yellow can be undergrounded as well, but they're saying cost in those areas may be a little bit more, maybe a little additional study to be done, and the red are what they're showing as kind of the no-go areas. What we found with where we are to this point is that the line segments that could be buried together and a range in length from 700 lineal feet to 2,781 lineal feet, with the average length being around 1,800 lineal feet. Most of our developments, and this is anecdotal without really going back and looking through other plans, but most of our developments are probably road frontage 600, 800 lineal feet. So what we've done to date, that tells us that we keep the code requirement in that says you have to underground with new development. We are not going to be able to meet that code requirement without a town contribution. The town would need to partner on projects moving forward. You've already done that on one project, and you do have a second handout in front of you, which looks like this. And the cost sharing example on there is the one that you have already done, which, if you'll recall, that was kind of a unique situation for a variety of reasons, but it was one where the developer paid 2/3 of the cost and we paid 1/3 of the cost, and we got the lines buried. I would say, without a lot of study, that we know most developments are 600, 800 lineal feet, average length about 800. For the most part, it's probably going to be the reverse, with the town paying the majority of the cost going forward with your partner. So that is kind of where we are now, which leads us to our first question. We have a draft plan. It's not yet complete, but kind of big picture, we can kind of see where it's headed. Are you supportive of setting aside funds to assist with filling in gaps to reach the distance in the draft master plan? I know you've talked about your strategic plan. You've talked about all sorts of other policies and programs and initiatives that you're interested in. It really comes down to is this something that you want to be spending money on moving forward? So question 1. Mayor?
This is for new development?
This is for new development. The code requirement only applies to new development, not
Existing overhead line.
Okay.
That's the key.
Yes.
So this is anywhere new, right?
Any new development where there are existing lines in the right of way in front of the development.
So you're thinking of setting up like like we have a stormwater utility, setting up a special fund, a special utility that money will be used to match these.
No.
I don't want to speak as to how that would be done.
Okay.
I think with what we've done, we've kind of said that developers aren't going to be able to do it on their own and meet the distance.
Okay.
So these costs you've estimated, that's what you think it will cost. So right now, option 1, and does that cover all these areas?
For this question, don't look at the rest of the sheet. The cost option, the cost sharing example on the top of that sheet was the one we already did with a developer
No,
a couple months
PLI
ago.
option number 1. When I told
This is a
those up-
philosophical question.
Yes.
Do you want to put funds, wherever the funds would go, do you want to set aside money?
I didn't know how much it cost, and I said we're over $1 million. I don't know, but I'd be willing to throw it to PZB and ask them the same question and do a survey online and stuff like that. But I look at this as if we had to do that, I'm looking at millions of dollars.
Mhm.
But that's just my opinion.
I'll answer it this way. Number one, the PIL information here goes with a different question. So you can disregard that for this question. The one that we did do, I think is probably one of the cheaper ones in terms of linear footage. You put in $85,000 to do 500 lineal feet.
So I'm back to
So
how much
you're probably looking, I think it's safe to say, at well over 100,000 per project. And that's probably on the low end. You do 5 projects a year, you're putting $500,000 towards partnering with developers to underground. Very, very large, I'm trying to be up here with it.
So there's no way, I mean, you've outlined it, it's linear foot, all you just have to measure it times it.
Yeah, each situation is gonna be unique
And
in
then one
terms
other
of.
question, I mean, I know the state has on the, we're gonna improve aviation, right?
Well, that's gonna be another question for
That's
you.
question
So we're
two.
gonna get back to philosophical way up here.
Well, I
And
thought
if
they
you
were
have to
gonna cover
invest
those costs.
$500,000 to $1 million every single year, is this where you would wanna put your money?
I don't see an end. Tell me where the end is. I need more information.
Vicky's first.
Oh, okay.
Okay, this is an opportunity for us to kick the can down the road or make a decision. There are 3 questions. This is the first question. This is about new development. Second question is about converting existing power lines to betterment of aviation, to betterment of equipment, to betterment of those existing major roads that we have today. So this is only about the development side. So do we want our new developments, maybe along Church Street, to have underground electric lines so that we have a more stable grid for our town, we have a better aesthetic appearance, it's going to be a more stable service.
So, just to be clear, this money isn't offsetting a developer's money. The developer's going to pay for her 500 feet, then we're going to get an additional 600 feet out of it. Correct?
That's the concept.
That's the concept. Yeah.
Give me a yes answer. We'll get into a few more nuances.
Okay, so that's the concept of this. This isn't money aside to subsidize a developer so that they put their 500 feet underground. It's to make the length long enough so that Duke will put it underground.
It's to make up the difference.
Which is what we did with the 85 grand. So we sort of set a precedent that that's what we were wanting to do because of the ice storms and the wind storms and things that we have, that over time we would really have a very safe electrical grid, right? That's what we were, the concept was. Yeah. So yeah.
So the question really, I know you're just asking, do we want to set money aside? If we don't set money aside and we're going to continue down this road, then we have to find money every time. Whereas you're asking us, do we want to put money aside and kind of pile it up so that it's available to us when these opportunities come around? So then the real backup question is, are we still behind this concept in general? Thank you.
Okay.
If you're still behind this concept, you might as well put money aside so we have money to fund these as they come along.
Are you raising a hand for yes or question?
Both.
Oh, okay.
I'm in favor of it. I think we put the money aside. We can choose later which one to do. Because it ties our hands. But we do set a precedent that there will be expectation. I was wondering if staff could at some point look into seeing if we can get MSDs to recover the money at some point. I think that would be nice.
I'm not sure what an MSD is.
That's a big process.
It's a service district.
So that's just something to look.
That's big. We got to get a state law for that. We have to
Okay,
get
well, that's going to be
So,
one of our questions.
yes,
I mean,
hold on.
a similar question is about legislation later on.
Just 3 questions.
I generally support the concept.
I support it.
I have a couple questions. Okay, yeah. I mean, other towns don't do this, Cary, Raleigh don't do this, and that's fine. Just for edification, so it isn't that, and then back to the concept Jerry brought back up. So we are benefiting somebody when we put this underground, whoever property owner that is. So development is getting the benefit. Not the new development, but the old development, or somebody who hasn't developed their land yet. So we are giving a benefit to somebody.
True.
And I just want you, so when you start to say we pick and choose, and again, I look at this could be a $5 million project from the way it looks.
No, you're right, because if this property is being developed, this one is not yet, but this is the 1,000 feet, so we do put it in there.
Somebody else out.
For that developer, could we charge them for having underground?
We've had this conversation. We don't have the authority.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, don't have the authority to do that right now.
Raise taxes.
No, but if we had the authority, we'd be good.
Well, in essence, $500,000 a year is 1%.
That's $500,000 you can't.
So
spend
where
somewhere
are
else.
we? Before she moved on, are we going to make a decision? Are we going to pause a decision?
Advisory council
support
would be nice
this.
to hear from them, citizens.
I will say, if you give us a yes to this question, where the slide kind of says what we'll do after that, and part of that is a policy, where a framework will be developed that talked about when you would be willing to contribute and when you would not. And so we would take your yes, we'd go back and do more work and come back with you with a draft policy to consider and talk about more. If you don't want to do this, we're not going to bother working on that policy, or at least that part of it.
Long-term benefit for the town is good.
I think you had a whole bunch of yeses, so I think let's go on and answer the next two questions.
Okay.
Nobody wants to send it to an advisory board, PCB, and let them get their input, help build up this.
We can ask as part of the policy process. Would that be expected to go through then as part of the policy process?
You already did do, well, so we have UDO that says we install. So I think from the standpoint of, have we already asked the question, is installation important? We've done that part. Our challenge is funding now and actually implementing it. So we're at this pinch point. And this is really what the heart of this is. Do we go back and amend the UDO and just not require it? Because we're not going to be able to establish funds. There's other priorities elsewhere as to install this. Or are we going to contribute funds and then develop the policy, which supports the UDO mission of undergrounding?
I don't think that our advisory boards as budgetary gatekeepers for them, so I think that maybe pass them.
Or can we put a cap on, like how much you're doing, right? My fear in doing this is, the idea is good, but if you get 8 developments, which are just a small piece, might be like 200 feet in the front, and then which means that we have to do 800. What's our policy? Do they have to have a minimum of 500 on their end before we add our 500? Or if they're less than 500, we don't do it. So those are the kind of things that are going back of my mind is, and how many do we do? If we get a whole bunch of it, that's taking a drain on what our allocated thing is. Does it mean, oh, our first 5 are already done, so sorry, we're done. So those are the kind of things, like let's go.
I think that's where we're
We
headed.
either want underground or we don't want underground.
Right.
But you can't have both, right?
Well, I have a question about PIL. If we have 200 and we don't want to fund the 800, can we collect PIL and wait till the adjacent land is being developed and then take that PIL plus our money plus the second development's money and then put them underground? That way it's lower risk.
There has to be policy on our end too.
Right.
What we say yes, what we say no.
Right, and what is fair?
Yeah, and there are a lot of nuances to work through with policy, and we're trying to think through a lot of the same types of things that you are. PIL, it might make some sense in the kind of flow of the discussion to jump to that question next. We do not have legislative authority to collect PIL now. So one of the questions would be if you want to pursue legislation to have the ability to do that. And we have met a couple times with Attorney Gray to kind of talk through that. And I'm just going to go ahead and jump to that question because of the flow of conversation. We kind of initially put together in this PowerPoint 2 options for you. Option 2 is where we were with Ordinance B. It's where I think we would ideally like to be, where you either bury or you do PIL. And there was also something built in there where if we knew a road project was coming, we would just do the PIL and do the coordination of that road project. I think there's some concern that we might not have a very good shot at getting that legislation approved. So we also put together an option 1, which philosophically, you're still leveraging off of the development that's coming through. But with option 1, you're saying, okay, if someone needs to relocate the lines, You could take PIL and the amount of the relocation and use that to bury. So you're not charging the developer any more than they would have otherwise paid. We started to run some of those numbers based on very rough, and I have to emphasize this throughout, how back of the hand rough this is. Based on just relocation cost for Morrisville Carpenter Road, which came in at 56 a lineal foot. So that's based on that project alone, and kind of applying that across the board. You'll see these examples in option 1. You're not getting a lot of money, but you're getting something. And we think we'd have a shot at potentially getting that kind of legislation passed. And I'm going to let Attorney Gray chime in as well, because he's been really important to this whole conversation. We could try for option 2. I think that's what we've talked about in the past, where we want to be. We just don't know.
Is it possible if we committed to burying lines, could we work a better rate with Duke for doing so? Because they're making a profit doing it. Could we work a better rate for them so it's less per lineal foot? And then my second question would be, could we require a developer, regardless of how much their personal frontage is, that they have to, if they're going to develop on this piece of property, they have to pay for 750 linear feet of undergrounding? Or can we make them go longer than their frontage?
No, they cannot. You cannot. It's not legally.
No.
So other question I have a similar way. Let's put it. It all comes back to our policy of what we want to do, because end of the day is we're all talking about cost recovery, how to do it. If there is a subdivision which is coming, which has like X number of homes, and that adds a tax value, over a period of time. So pretty much over 10, if you had to pay say 150,000 or 100,000 for that project, over a period of X years, you're recovering, through taxes or something. If it is a very small project, which is not getting a kind of a tax thing out of it, then it's not big, because we will be more considered for what are they bringing us as a town to the business or to like a residential or whatever kind of form it is. It runs around the policy that we could get.
So
and
you're talking criteria that
Yeah,
you
yeah.
put in a policy.
Yeah.
Would you mind chiming in, Frank?
Sure. I think we have to keep in mind two things. One is the Utility Commission is the regulatory body for Duke Power or any public utility. And so, generally speaking, municipalities don't have any authority over investor-owned utilities. And so, if there's an existing overhead line that's been there for 10 years, and you buy this piece of property to develop, and you can get your service off of that line to serve your building or your buildings. I mean, we don't really have any authority to require that to change. Now, our ordinance would say if you have to run some lines through here to serve the homes, that we would require you to underground those. Nobody really gripes about that. Most people are doing it anyway. But it's that burying the existing overhead line that's been there for years and years and extends all the way down into serving other properties and other buildings. And it's part of in our case, the Duke energy system that is tricky to say the person developing this property has to bury that. Now, if they, as part of developing this property, they've got to move that line, they're going to have to pay X to relocate that line, move it somewhere. I think we'd have a decent argument of saying, okay, if you're going to pay $1,000 to move that line, let's partner up and you put the $100,000 and we'll put in $100,000 and we'll bury it. I think that's workable. Just a straight up, hey, we're going to make you either pay or pay in lieu, I don't think we have clear legislative authority to do that. Now, the town of Cary has legislative authority to require burial of service lines. We could ask for the parallel authority, the same thing that Cary has. That's not a bad ask. But, as you've seen, and they know better than I because they've been meeting with Cary, Cary's running into the same problems as we have, in that, yes, your ordinance says it has to be buried, but Duke says we won't bury it unless it's 1,500 feet, because our policy is this will mess up our system. And you've got a 500-foot frontage. If you can't bury 1,500 feet, we won't let you bury it. So they're in basically the same situation we're in, and they have the authority that we don't have. You know. So just getting that authority alone might not really cure the problem, and that's where the payment in lieu piece comes in. But that's a much heavier lift, I think, in the legislature, because you'll be going up against the development community and Duke, which is a heavy adversary. Yes, sir.
Would MSD be a way to not go against the developers because it's actually their future residents?
Yeah, the municipal service district, at least as I'm familiar with, would be you draw boundaries around this area,
Development.
and then you're levying an extra property tax on those people. I don't know that quite matches up with utility burial benefit. I mean, I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just not haven't thought that through. Generally speaking, with an MSD, you're talking about we're going to provide you extra service. You're going to pay us a little bit extra tax, and we're going to give you a little bit extra service. Police,
Or in our case,
streets,
repaving the streets, and that was just once until it was paid off. So.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good thought, and we could certainly put that in the blender to work on.
Okay, so I'd be in favor of moving forward with either option 1 or 2 or both parallel and the MSD. That's my thought on that.
And there's a third question too, is the betterment.
Yeah, and we could
Talk
talk,
about.
I see some head shakes, so
It's new.
does anyone, because we could investigate, if you're interested in doing this, we can investigate a little bit more. We could talk to a couple of our legislators to see if, we think we could get any of them to help us get something like this through and kind of test those waters a little bit more.
I would be in favor of asking our legislators their take on this. We have a new group of Wake County delegation, some new people. There's new legislators in the state. I don't know how it would be received at this point. It'd be good to explore maybe.
And some of us, I think, would be willing to meet with them to that end and start our advocacy. This might be a new starter.
But we need to be prepared with that.
We could show our value to give them information.
We can do all this, but what's our policy? That we have to be fair to everyone, what are the criteria? I mean, it doesn't have to be now, but so we don't get backlash from, one builder saying you did for them or you didn't do for the others. So that criteria has to be very well defined.
I do think that if you go forward and you're saying you bury with redevelopment, either everyone pays that cost or no one does.
No, I mean to say, like, if it's just a 200 or 300 in this one, do we even entertain that, to pick up the 700? If it is like 600, oh, okay, it's 400, it's helpful for us. So those kind of things, like, where do you set the bar?
I support having a solid policy to be consistent and clear for the developers.
But there's also the nuance of the red and green lines on here where some areas, even with new development, couldn't be buried, right?
Yes.
Sure.
So there's that nuance as well.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
What's good enough to go is good enough to go.
Number 3.
A little bit more head nods or no's from the rest of the group.
What are we nodding to?
Going forward with option 1 or 2 or MSD, to investigate the possibility of using that to reduce our costs if we go forward.
So may I ask that we be crisp about what we're asking and not just adding the MSD. I'm not prepared for that. I think we should go for number one. It's the hardest one, but if we gather information in preparation, we can always go to option two if we feel option one is too big. But I just don't know how big it is yet. But that would give us the most flexibility in the future.
And our original thought was that if we went in with a master plan that we prepared with Duke, and if we went in with a policy, then you're making a statement that this is important to the community. We're partnering with Duke, and you probably have your best shot at something. I don't know that we still feel we have a great shot, but with those things in hand, at least a better chance.
So I said something that I did not hear a peep from 6 other people. So
So I heard option one, ideally option two is a backup.
yes, that's my suggestion. I don't know if anybody else supports that.
So option two is the more meatier of the two, so.
Option two is meteor?
So that's the harder answer.
Option two is the harder ask,
Is that with the PIL and all?
yeah, option two is the harder of the two asks. Option two aligns with what you told us previously you wanted
Okay.
with regards to ordinance B. Option one is the one where we may have a fighting chance.
What's the recommendation then?
I'd rather be successful. But that's why I said option one. So.
Talk with the state legislature first, maybe that we can help them.
Well, aspirational, go for option two, and I get some pushback, and you say, well, actually, option one, we'll work with you, and we'll ask for less. Right, it's harder to make a harder ask after, would be my thought. I think that's where you were thinking too, like those.
Right. Maybe I just put
the
them.
tiering.
Let's.
Option two is our primary goal.
And one is the
Option one, we
negotiation.
can't get it.
I mean, our position is Morrisville is now more urban than it is rural. We're one of the first communities in Wayne to be completely built out. We want to have a stable infrastructure, which includes underground power lines. And it's probably a little bit atypical of what other communities in our county are asking, but maybe we're the first small community to request this. Cary already has authority, but they are a larger city. However, Morrisville recognizes where we are today, and this is something that would help our community as a whole.
I think it's politically viable for safety. It's a big part of it.
I'm kind of getting the weeds, but is this kind of a thing, Michael, where the apartment payment in lieu and what GLAC worked on the retirement of the
That would be option one, going in and asking her to do what Carrie has authority, that'd be an easier ask.
But
Cary doesn't allow them to get any PIL though. So Cary,
I thought that's what Frank said, but Carrie does already.
No, it's really the code requirement to Barry itself. There are a number of communities throughout the state that are relying on general powers granted through Section 160, general zoning subdivision authorities. So we're not unique. But Cary does happen to have specific legislation that expresses that they can do it. And I think
And
what
that's
the
not
attorney is
option one?
saying is he would feel better if we had that same express authority.
right. So I go back to what Michael said. I would try for I think this is what you said, try for everything, but get a feel from our legislators. First of all, we've got to find somebody who's going to champion it. So, that may not even happen. And I'll tell you, so what I'm struggling with is we're using taxpayer money to do something that will, yes, there's a huge safety piece to this, and I don't discount that. And there's also an appearance piece to this, the appearance of our town, which is valuable to everybody. But we're also helping to raise the value of some properties. And so I struggle with that piece of it. But then do we do that in other ways too? When we decide where we're going to build a park, well, all of a sudden now we've raised the value of surrounding properties because we've invested you know, a park, or when we put a greenway through a neighborhood so they have access, now we've increased the value, so that's the piece I'm struggling with.
Yeah.
But do we do that in other ways? And
also, there's been a lot of talk recently about resilience strategies. You know, Triangle J, they've got a whole new committee, because I've served as our delegate, so they had a presentation about just resilience, all the storms and everything that we can do. So it does also, it's an investment in terms of just so much more hurricanes and disasters just occurring with precipitation, that this would actually ensure a more secure power grid. And upfront
when the line goes down here, it doesn't just affect the people here, it affects half the town.
Right.
Yeah,
So
okay.
from a resilience strategy.
So,
Say it and move
I've
on.
got a question.
Yes, I know.
Please.
Where are we exactly?
First two and then one?
Sure.
Ask for it all.
Ask for it all.
Legislators.
We do want to
Busy time.
pursue exploration
Yes.
with the primary focus on option 2, with a fallback option of option 1.
Mm-hmm.
We do need to find somebody in the Wake County delegation to sponsor once we kind of understand which of these options would be more appropriate.
Can you head nods on that? Yes, I see lots of head nods. Thank you, Michelle.
Okay, now I'm gonna go back to question 2.
Was your 2 a policy question?
2 is
Because Satish wants to go right to policy. He wants to start writing the policy.
Let's see.
Okay.
It's about improving.
Okay, so now we're back. Now we're to road betterment projects. And the question of if you're supportive of setting aside the funds to underground as part of the betterment to a road project. And I would say that there are a number of benefits to doing this. One, you're burying your longest stretches of lines at one time. So when you're looking at maintaining the integrity of the system that accomplishes that goal.
So Michelle, just kind of a basic thing is that if you got a DOT project, they don't pay for this. You get 100% DOT funding, it does not include this. They will not pay to bury it. So that would be on the town.
So this is like adding sidewalks in a way.
Right.
Yes. And
So if they're widening the road and they have to
point you
move the
the
power
back of
lines
the
over, they
sheet of
just
the
pick
road.
up the poles, slide them over, and put them back in.
They'll contribute, so they pay for relocation. So we'll get that contribution. So if they have to move the poles back for the widening, so they'll pay for the 3-foot sidewalk, but not the 5-foot sidewalk. We'll pay the difference is what this really is going to be about.
Gotcha.
And they'll pay for relocation on underground installation, so we pay the difference.
Okay,
So
these
you're
are
getting
projects that are coming up right now.
Yeah, and that's what we listed there. So you're getting the longest segments you can done at one time. And you're doing it, as you said, in probably one of the more cost-effective manners because you're taking the difference between the burial cost and the relocation cost, and then that's the cost to the town. You also, that burial cost starts off being less because it's already torn up and there are open trenches. And so you're starting off with a lesser cost, and then you're subtracting out the relocation cost. And if you look at the map of where our existing lines are, you'll see that a lot of them are along our major corridors. And with some of these big projects coming up, you get a lot buried in a short period of time in places that have a big impact. As Attorney Gray pointed out, that there's a cost associated with it, and it's not an insignificant cost. So I'm going to, the back side of this sheet, I'm going to ask you to look at this.
I'd rather not.
And I want to emphasize that
Jerry
once
needs his
again,
own sheet.
back of the napkin, not engineered cost. We took Morrisville Carpenter Road again as an example and applied that throughout. There are a number of variables for each. The point of this was to wrap your hands around the types of numbers we might be talking about. So please don't come back a year from now and say you only said it would be X, because these are for concept discussion purposes only. But I think when you start to look at it and you look at some of the road projects that are coming up, it's probably safe to say that you're probably adding $1 million or more to each of your road improvement projects if you want to do this. And that's what this really tells me.
Well, it goes back to the basic question, are we gonna be undergrounding or not? So we either go for it or we
Right,
don't
right.
go for it at all.
If you don't do it, there is an opportunity cost, obviously. It kind of begs the question, if you don't do it when you're doing a road project, when is it going to get done, or is it going to get done?
Philosophically, if we're not willing to do this, we would have not have gone on to question 3 probably. You know, this is where, are we willing to invest into this? You know, with all the different competing interests that are out there. Where does this rank? You know, where is this on your priority list? You know, I always say it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. So our projects have to meet some of the same expectations as developers' projects. And so that's kind of the food for thought and why it was laid out really in the original document. Like if you would have answered no to 1, the presentation would have been virtually over. If you're going to answer no to 2, you were kind of ending the presentation as well. You know, Michelle
I jumped.
worked really well with Frank, you know, kind of setting it up. You know, you just need to think long and hard because we realize these are big numbers.
We would ask for all the questions anyhow, trust me, so.
If we had known this earlier, could we have, but nothing is anyone's fault, I'm just saying, you know, when we forecasted the Morrisville Carpenter Road project, we could have factored in the extra cost. You know, we put $3 million of our own money. I mean, and moving forward, if we do a new project, can we consider, would that be a cost we'd want to consider for varying up lines? So if we do
And
it
that's what this is about. I mean, this is a betterment. And I will say at Morrisville Carpenter Road, it's the red zone. It's a no-touch zone anyway, according to Duke. So the fact that, you know, we didn't think about contributing funds there is okay in the big scheme of things. We do have funds to contribute. We looked at the cost. We asked them how much it was a cost, and they gave it to us, but then they also said, you know, if you look at the map, it's not an area, this is the cost, but that we don't want it underground, and they gave us some really good factors.
We have one follow-up question. We have a transportation fund that's funded by the Schlick tax years ago.
Yes.
It's a compliment. Can you pay for part of it out of that, the Schlick tax?
No, that's
It can be used.
It can be, it was.
So you have not ever, that is something that's sort of on your plates, you have not discussed or set any policies about how you want to spend the reserves you've set aside, so you could have that conversation here.
How much money is in there now? Do we have that?
3 years or like
It's about 1.5 million.
That's in there now?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, you've had it for several years. If you say a penny on the tax base, tax rate, that's about 470,000 each year.
I would, contrary to, my thought would be, these to me are a priority because again, it's a road project, so getting already opened up, so I would, kind of, my logic would be these are higher priority. And if you set up a fund that can be used by development, then I would say just allow the money to be used towards these.
If we can get PIL authority, it might help with some of this. You know, you're going to see a plan development at your next council meeting that's on aviation. You know, they put in a payment in lieu, you know, it could help towards this. But you can't use a PIL from one part of town on a road project somewhere else in town.
But how many years on these? These aren't all this year completions, right?
I think they're all coming up within about the next 5 years. Is that
Like one right after the other.
So it's like $1 million a year.
Yeah.
So Michelle, I have a question, like, especially what's that? Macroman Phase 1 and Phase 2, right? There are no power lines in that. So how does that work?
This one is the one, and it also it crosses borders with the town of Cary. So the undergrounding project's Davis Drive to NC 54.
No, and
So
because
that's
the Phase
that
2, the Phase 2 doesn't have power lines.
Phase 2, we're putting conduit in that allows the lines to be run underground to service all those parcels. So we thought ahead on that one and are installing a conduit for that.
Okay, so then the same thing is for this from Parkside
that goes under 540 to that place.
I think that's in the red zone, if you look at the map. I think,
I didn't close it look at.
I think, that's what my memory is.
So what's the ask here?
Do you want to set aside funds so that you could underground with road improvement projects and do it as a betterment? If you say yes, we'll build it into the policy. We'll start, with our CIP planning, making sure that we're doing that. And I'm getting the signal.
Yes. Okay.
So where is this money going to come from? I mean, because that pot of money is not going to cover all this. So this is going to come from the general fund.
So we'll have to, so one of the next steps would be doing some forecasting with it. But again, it's, all of the things you talk about are prioritizing a whole bunch of priorities against each other. That's what all your conversations are about, is which things take priority. I know we've talked about not being fiscally constrained, but we are. And we know, a penny on a tax rate is about 500,000, and so that will be your discussions when you get to budget.
But we also have, we have a tremendous number of residents going in over the next 5 years. So
And that's already in your forecast. We forecast that capacity. So that would be one of the steps, is we'd really try to start getting probably back to what both you have said and what Councilmember Slink has said and what Michelle has said. What year, which one's coming first, what's the timeline, so that you see what the contribution would be, and you end up weighing it with everything else that you do. Yeah. I think that the point is, when you establish a policy, you're committing. And so then if you change your mind, you're going against your own policy. That's why it's really important for you to determine what you want your policy to be.
Well, I think that we're supportive at this time, and then this budget cycle, we'll see if it rises up amongst our priorities. I don't think we're saying right now that we're definitely funding this. I think we're supportive, and we want to see it brought back as part of the budget. And then we have to decide whether or not there's enough value in it at that time. So,
then my question for you is, so the effective date of ordinance B, which was that option 2 from question 3, is in May. Are you amenable to us coming back and making that effective date later to see where this falls within the budget before we start heavily drafting a policy? There's a lot of time and energy that's going to go into drafting a policy, and if we find that after you get the budget forecast, this is just a lower priority that we probably are not going to fund at this time or in the future, there'd be no need for us to write a policy as a result. Is that okay with the council as a general, to come back with a different effective date for the ordinance to give more time to see how this falls within budget?
I think, I would like to get it drafting, and so we can bring it to the legislature and make the ask. We're not going to make that.
So just the cultivation of this idea with the legislatures would have to occur before we could even make a draft legislative ask.
I think this year bills are due end of February.
Yes, so the House and the Senate both have pretty early local bill draft deadlines. I believe the House is early to mid-February. Senate is late February to early March. Don't quote me on that, but they're relatively soon. So if this is something council wanted to pursue, time is of the essence.
But, okay, isn't this to me, they're two different policies. We can make a policy for question 2 that says for betterment, we want to do these things, and we will do these things. And first question, to me, is a different policy.
And I think I see this the same way as Councilmember Slink. This is our money to decide on.
And the second one also is like, the policy is, as, Aaron just said, oh, if you have anything before this, by March 1st week, you have to put it in. So our budget cycle starts June, July 1st, then you can pretty much say, whoever is putting the first dip, with a fixed budget in it, gets it. If not, wait for a cycle, be in the line, or pay the whole thing. So something that we can work out of, because it's like first is like use FIFO, first in, first out.
So taking money off the table, it's what do we want the town to look like? Do we want to have underground utilities as part of what our town is going to look like in the future? The one thing that just kind of sits odd with me if we don't go forward with this is then why did we spend $100,000 a few months ago to do it? I mean, we do it. Did we just do that just because we wanted to spend $100,000, or did we do it because we were really in a place of trying to underground everything that we can? And so it feels like if that's what we want the town to look like in 20 years, to have underground utilities, I mean, it just goes hand in glove with everything that is Morrisville from a.
I think if you go for legislation, show that we have skin in the game.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone on the table, we said 85, but if anyone on the table said, okay, by the way, you had to pay $7.5 million over a period of next 10 years,
If we did $85,000 a year for the next however many years, it's kind of the same thing. It looks more scary because it's one big number, but $7 million. No, I know, but $7 or $10 million over 10 years, relatively speaking, because our tax base is going to be continually going up. We have other things that we want to do that may be budgeted, but just the tax base alone could be enough to cover the cost of undergrounding, which would make the value of our town better. And the ROI is we have a much safer electrical grid. We have not God forbid anybody hitting the power poles with their cars. There's a decent ROI if we have the budget to do it. The biggest thing for me though is we just spent $100,000 for what?
You already started going down this road.
Yeah, there's the benefit there no matter what.
Yeah.
So that's a sunk cost. And going forward, this is a little bit scary, but I think it's worth investigating further, personally.
So what have we agreed to?
Come back tomorrow and decide.
Now, let's decide. I think I'm in favor.
I'm in favor.
Going forward.
So that's again two,
With
right?
everything?
With everything, and yeah.
Yeah, I'm in favor.
We'll
I
see.
think there's value to our town with this plan.
So I see 3. Do I see another? Or, yeah.
But the policy is very important for me. To
Right.
even do anything.
It's just to explore. My support is to explore.
Okay,
We-
then I'm okay.
Not, because I want to know what the policy looks like too, so.
For this policy, the first one, again, I can listen to what the policy is, but I thought we already talked about exceptions in the first policy. We could do it or we could not do it, so I just throw that out there. That's wishy-washy too, kind of. Then you open yourself up to say, why'd you do it for them and not us?
We have a policy we aren't hearing.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is you'd like us to continue to work on this. So we will go back and start drafting a policy that talks about filling in gaps as well as road improvement benefits. And at the same time, kind of initiate and see if we can get into the cycle. It's going to be tough. Some proposed legislation for the PIL, and we'll see how that goes.
And please let us know if there's any legislators that you think we could help with. Like, can a senator introduce it, or does it have to be the person in the House?
It'd be good to have both, actually.
Yeah.
One of these.
Wiley. Probably get Wiley.
Yeah,
Jay.
no, he does not.
Oh, no.
Jay does not.
Wiley would.
Gail
Gail and
and
Cynthia.
Cynthia.
Yeah.
And Cynthia.
Yeah, that was a good discussion, everybody. There's lots of pros and cons.
Nice 5-minute program.
I tried to bring that. Yes, no easy 3 questions.
Time check.
This is,
6 o'clock.
To You too, Betty.
Okay. I'm gonna just tell you this one, we fell into the other, we're 5:30. I'm not gonna recommend that we do it this evening. It does take some discussion, involving one, and two, yesterday I actually received an email from Terry, and they don't think they're gonna be on board for this year's legislation. So we have more time, is another thing to kind of put out there too. So, yeah, there's a legislative component of this. So, we can talk about it at some other point in the future, and I will work with Mark on it.
Okay. This has been a really good day. Thank you all for your time and attention. We will reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. in closed session. And that'll be until 12 o'clock. This time we'll have lunch and adjourn at that time. So the public's been really welcome here, but tomorrow is closed session, so it won't be really easy to come in.
All 3 hours? For all 3 hours tomorrow in closed session?
Yes.
Is lunch open?
Yeah, let me clarify. Aaron, what feedback did you get on lunch for tomorrow?
So lunch tomorrow is going to be, if you want lunch, we have items here that you can order from, and we will have it delivered and brought here, because there was no consensus on if you wanted to eat lunch, if you wanted a box lunch, if you wanted to anything like that. So we will have menus here. We will take at 9 o'clock in the morning. You will let me know if you want something, what you want. We will order it, and it will be here at noon. Yes.
We're looking at today, have some snacks at 8:30 in the morning.
Yes. Yep.
What is here will be here tomorrow.
Yep. Continental breakfast and snacks start at 8:30.
Okay, thank you very much.
So eggs and bacon from bread?
You don't need a motion to recess.
Thanks a lot. Really good day, everybody. See you tomorrow.
You can.